never reminded, never taking whatever you told me. I know what I could be, making emotion paintable and so tell me, is this what you made me?
The back and forth has got me so messed up. Don't ignore the signs. We've had enough of the whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way. got me turned around, but I can't ignore the feelings that I found in this whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way.
It's a Christmas miracle! His microphone works now.
Is my microphone working now? Now I am live. Sorry about all of those problems there. Hello everyone and welcome to the Null Valorant University Tournament Winter 2020 Grand Finals. Reading Knights versus Warwick Direwolves. I am Rook and I'm joined by Daedalus as we are bringing you this matchup today. And what a pleasure to be here doing the Grand Finals with yourself. I'm really stoked for this one.
I am absolutely ready to get going as well, Rook. I've been looking forward to this for so long. Unfortunately, I didn't get to cast the semi-final that was supposed to happen Friday, but, you know, it just got my hype up even more to get working here today.
Yeah, it's such a kick-ass matchup between these two teams. We've seen them play a couple of times, and, well, in the last time that they went into this matchup, actually, it was Reading who came out on top. And, well, if you're wondering how they got here and where things are going to lead from here, well, we have a short visual trailer in order to explain how all of that is going to work.
Welcome to the Newell, the home of UK University esports. In this video, I'm going to explain the Newell's tournament formats and what you can expect when you take part. Starting on the 25th of October, everybody will enter the Winter Open League for their chosen tournament. For the first 4 weeks, the format is a Swiss system. This means that you're automatically matched against teams of similar ability, and as the tournament progresses, you're ranked based on your team's performance. After 4 weeks, playoffs begin. The top 8 ranked teams, or in the case of League of Legends and CSGO, the top 4 from each region, qualify for the Winter Prize Playoffs, competing for the Winter Prizes. These teams also qualify directly into our varsity tournament. This is a highly competitive tournament for the very top teams, taking place over the spring term with very big prizes up for grabs. The next 8 teams are entered into the varsity qualification playoffs, where they'll play each other for the chance to get into varsity. Everybody else will be divided into groups of 8 based on qualification position, and they'll be entered into a series of playoff matches, playing for bragging rights and to determine their final position in the tournament. In spring, our Spring Open tournaments begin, and will be run to a similar format to winter, with a Swiss league followed by playoffs. Spring also sees our varsity tournament take place. Varsity will follow a round-robin format with all the teams playing each other. After 5 weeks, the top 8 teams in varsity go through to the varsity prize playoffs to be in contention for the grand prize. The bottom 4 teams in the varsity round-robin will drop out and join with the top 4 teams of the Open tournament, playing each other for separate spring prizing. As with winter, the remaining teams in the Open tournament will play each other in a series of single elimination playoffs for final positioning and those all-important bragging rights. Find out more and sign up at thenewell.com.
And as you can see,
welcome to the Newell.
And as you can see, these teams contesting for that top spot and for that top prize. And I mean, as I said, Reading taking that win, 6-13 on Haven, losing on Ascent, 13-10, close match, and then closing it out 10-13 on Bind. And now, these maps are really interesting because we've only got 2 of them here today. We're going to be starting off with Split, but what are those other 3 maps, Jesper?
Well, after Split, we'll move into Icebox. That was picked by Reading. Then moving into Ascent afterwards, picked up by Warwick. And then Haven to finish things out here today, picked again by Reading. And honestly, I'm quite surprised that we're not going to be seeing any bind here today, Rook, especially since we did see Reading win the last time these 2 teams they matched up against each other on that map.
Well, actually, for me, this is the really interesting thing here. Isn't even Icebox. I agree with you on that because I thought it was going to be Warwick potentially picking this up. It makes sense that they picked Ascent here. Split seems a little bit strange to me that they went for this one, but it is a strong map for them on the whole. As I said, 10-13 on Bind. That's a close scoreline, and well, I was talking with the captain, Phosphorescent, I was talking to Phosphorescent, the captain for Warwick here, and he said that his team had done a lot of prep, and they really felt like they could have taken Bind here. So I'm surprised that we didn't see the veto go towards that map, and it's just such a popular one.
Oh, absolutely. I honestly love seeing a bind.
Yeah, I think alongside that, seeing this Icebox is always a little bit interesting. This is actually my first time casting this. Our observer, it's his first time observing it. Many teams don't really like going here, but Reading Knights, a very puggy team, very aggressive. They have some good macro reads, but on the whole, really able to bring a lot of value and a lot of fragging potential, so they are able to get things going.
Absolutely, and now we are about to see which players we're going to... which agents we're going to be running with here on this map here, Rook. Honestly, I'm quite looking forward to seeing how Warwick and Reading, they're going to be matching up against each other. Obviously, it's the grand final, and, Reading, I feel like they aren't coming in as those clear favorites, Rook. Logging in right now, for example, Omen, definitely an agent that we're going to be keeping an eye out on. Just because I love the way that you can move around the map with that Omen and really just makes up for you making so many creative plays.
Yeah, and speaking of crazy plays and that Omen, Fornic, well known for hard abusing a Judge in those close quarter situations, sitting in smokes, baiting out a lot of his opponents, and playing those mind games. That's something Oric have historically been very good at. Now, Split isn't a map we've seen these teams play against each other on recently, and not something I've seen all too much from Reading. So maybe the change of the veto allowed Warwick to be able to get this through the pick and ban, and I'm really interested to see how it's going to be going. When we're talking about agents to really look at, I'm keeping an eye on the Reyna of Joma here. I'm really surprised to see this come out. I've talked many a time about how this is a little bit feast or famine, and I don't feel like it's very good, but Joma definitely can pop off, and he is one of those players to watch. Now, on the opposite side, you've got Mysterion on this Jet, and I think this is a really great fit for not only him, but also for this map here. And if he can find his opportunity, he will find so many frags.
Absolutely, and I will keep a quick eye out on Reyna as well. As you mentioned, it's definitely an agent that's really do or die. Really good in those duels as well, Rook. So if you can utilize that Reyna and really get her running as well, I mean, it would be such a good agent against Warwick, who likes to play quite aggressive as well.
Yeah, Warwick really can just get caught out by those. They're oftentimes looking for those opportunities in order to get those frags and really just set themselves up to run on through. And Reading Knights, they are a puggy team, and they've been really contesting the very strong firepower Warwick Direwolves so far in this matchup. That is a brilliant play there coming through from the breach of Reading Knights to be able to delay a lot of this push, but you can see Matty under a bit of pressure here. They're trying to make the cross. He finds a lot of damage, doesn't quite finish anyone off, and Warwick, complete control of the site, and Reading just don't make the push in time. They're going to put their utility down. That whole paint pellets almost takes down 3, but it's Omariti who finds that first frag. Stun, falls. You can see Matty just looking to make the play, takes it down Fornic, but, well, it'll be the Harukas who turns up here and finally falls, but Juma is the one who's looking to clean things up. 15 HP, 22 in the bank, but a single shot will do it for these players. Jumps on through, and Wen picks up the frag and picks up that first round for Warwick Direwolves.
A good round here for Warwick, and that's a good start. As we've said, Reading, they are our favorites coming into this matchup, so sending a message here from the start, Rook, is definitely something that Warwick, they're looking to do.
Yeah, that would be a big way to get things done. And I mean, Reading Knights with a really nice start at a retake there, but Bahabicus, when Omariti sent out that paranoia, he forgot to keep in mind that if someone is up close, that paranoia doesn't do anything. So Bahabicus, playing that up an aggressive angle, caught him off guard and set up that round, got a 2k from that position where really he should have found nothing against an ordinary flash or an ordinary CC. So big stuff for Warwick there, and they're going to be able to pick up that round off of it. Stun, looking to play aggressive here, and it is Warwick on this attack, and, well, they're looking to get as many rounds as they possibly can.
They absolutely are now here, Jama. I'm running
around. Frag through the smoke. Prophet goes down here. Juma looking for an opportunity to catch one of these players off guard. Ignores the flash, but unfortunately Stun used that opportunity to take them down. As Mysterion pops on through, that is the B site completely open, and with these 2 players looking to rotate in, caught off guard, they're going to push into the smoke, and Fornic, he will close this one up. The judge in his hand is so darn good. And, well, it's an easy situation to pick up those kills from. And Reading Knights already down 2 rounds, but now they should be going into their rifle round.
Now coming in here with rifles, Reading should be in a much better position. Rook, so this might just be what they need in order to win here against Warwick, but a good round from Warwick, looking very determined in how they played that round, and that's definitely something that we need to see from them here today. Obviously, they know how to deal with Reading. We've seen that before, that they've tried to be that they've gone so close against them in these rounds. But still, just coming in and being so decisive does really put them up for the right play. Now with 1 minute and 27 seconds left to go, Prophet starts really well with getting a kill onto Mysterion.
Yeah, Mysterion pushes up that little bit too aggressive, and Prophet is already down here to back these players up. That is a brilliant way to clear things. Wen does find a frag, but you can see Bahabicus is looking to push here. That's a great paranoia, and it's completely given away. Doesn't manage to find that frag, and a good round from Reading Knights A. They're up against Warwick Direwolves with a full buy in the next round, but this was beautiful here. Look at how Prophet just walks on down after getting this frag, backs up their teammate, trades 1 for 1, and that's absolutely fine, because it was these frags that come on through, they play together as a team, and Reading pick up the round.
Once again, because we haven't seen Warwick really lose that many players in these last few rounds, they can buy up once again. But you know what, Rook? It does mean that they're not out of the woods on the side of Reading, that Warwick can still put on some pressure for them. And if Warwick were to win this round, it would definitely look super good for them. 2 rounds in the lead, and really putting some pressure on that economy on the side of Reading.
Yeah, wants to put some pressure on, and, well, Warwick Direwolves so far have been finding some good frags. They've managed to make a lot out of very little, especially in those early rounds. It's going to be Prophet, again, contesting this mid push. He has been key in that. That boom bot will provide a bit of space and gives away that there are some players in this mid position. You can see already Prophet being backed up by Juma. They are looking for this opportunity to shut down this push. Smokes go in. Warwick haven't committed anywhere yet.
But it's so cool to see Warwick take complete control over the mid right here, and then just making sure to utilize that control to really grab themselves up a lot of information. But because of them having control over mid, it also allows them to really rotate wherever they want. You can see right now making sure to go through the sewers, now heading all the way over towards that A-bomb site.
Phonic still has control of that mid, and cleverly for Reading, they don't contest it, but they still get these rotates on over. There are going to be 4 players ready on this site. You can see Prophet starting to move as well. Mysterion pushes on in with the flash behind. The spray through smoke finds a bit of damage, but Juma doesn't quite finish anyone off. It'll be Omariti who claims that frag stun. Brought out in the open and is easily taken down. They delay a little bit with those tripwires, but, well, they're going to get shot out, and so will Prophet here. It's 4 versus 3. Reading Knights need to make something happen on this retake. They've got a decent amount of utility, but Mysterion, playing at those long angles, takes all of those heads off the board, and with Wen finding that frag to back things up, it's now 1 versus 3, and Reading Knights fall completely here, unable to really shut down that defense. And, well, Warwick Direwolves get off a good plant and a great post-plant situation.
Now starting to put some pressure on to Reading as well. Winning out of round with 3 members alive. Rogues definitely looking really good here from the side of Warwick. And then, you know, that just means that they're going to have these weapons to utilize in that next round and really put even more pressure on to Reading. So Warwick coming in as those underdogs are starting to look really, really good here. I'd imagine that Reading, they might just feel some pressure coming in here, and you still have to say, even though that is happening, it is a map pick here by Warwick, so they ought to know how to really play this.
Yeah, I was surprised to see. I actually don't think this is their pick. I think it's actually Warwick's pick. I'd be very surprised to see if this is theirs, because I think second map is Icebox. This is Warwick's pick. Yeah, we've had confirmation. And I think while Reading definitely should know how to play this map, this is something which a lot of teams should be aware of and have in their pools. Reading definitely the favoured ones on this map, because, again, oftentimes it gets banned away from them. The fact that they've been able to get it out here means that they've got it practiced and they can finally reap the reward of doing said practice.
Nothing is going on yet, nothing that's too dire, but talking about that, Eco P coming in with a really good kill onto Phonic, immediately traded here by Wen, and the Direwolves are immediately running on to A. They go in without any trouble, grabbing up a lot of control, but that's one player already trying to head over towards Elbow, trying to get in and put on that pressure. The spike hasn't gone down quite yet. Maddie putting some pressure onto Ven as well. Prophet here with a Bucky, not in the best position in the world, but could definitely do some damage if they can get in. Maddie, however, goes down, so that's one of those rifles already removed, but Prophet moves in, grabs up 1, won't be able to get more, but suddenly it's 1 versus 1, and actually, Jamal able to pick that up right here. That Reyna definitely doing some work.
That was absolutely beautiful there. The ult comes on out from the breach, and you can see Prophet. He just satchel pack hops all the way into sight with that Bucky, and makes things happen. We're going to see that replay here. Ego Peak finding this first strike was really good. Delayed a lot of what Warwick wanted to do, and you can see utility starts to come out. Mysterion begins to work their magic, but yet again, we saw a brilliant play come on through. Omariti smokes him out, takes him down, and, well, it's an easy pickup from Reading Knights there once they invest that ultimate. So great play from them, and they're on the same page. That was a very heads-up play, and they stopped Warwick Direwolves for completely resetting Reading Knights' economy.
Good points all around. Rogue now here on my Reading. Ooh, nearly falling prey there to the sniper. Won't be able to do that. Warwick, they've been pretty glad. They've been pretty interested in taking control over mid all the time here in this series so far. And it seems to really put some pressure on to Reading, because it means that Reading are having such a hard time figuring out where Warwick they really go, because they can rotate around. And like for Warwick, I quite like that when they don't really try and contest mid too much, because it just means that it allows them an easier time of then answering to the push coming in from Warwick, and it also opens them up to getting punished like we just saw there from Stun grabbing up 2 kills.
Yeah, Juma with the dismiss manages to make it out. Ego Peak pushes through to save their teammate. Fantastic stuff from him to be able to find that frag there and puts Reading Knights back on top. That really could have been a huge opening there for Warwick Direwolves. But when on this flank is gonna find this frag here, it's just so easy. Matty was not checking the corner, but Ego Peak with the 3K right now, looking to bring things back and keep it on lock for this team. Picking this up will be so impactful. You break the back of the Warwick Direwolves economy finally here in this match.
It all comes down to this 1v1. It has to work here now. Warwick, they obviously really want to win this, as you say. You don't really want to lose your economy. Time's running out, and, well, now, finally, Ego Peak knows that it's all going to happen over towards A. Warwick, they have the defender's advantage. They can put themselves in a position where their opponents obviously won't know where they are. Ultimate, ready here from Ego Peak, but you don't really want to use it in this situation. You'd much rather want to save it.
Yeah, and I want to point out he used the ultimate in the very last round when investing that Killjoy, and, well, it's very unlikely Ego Peak is going to be able to find this one. He is in such a difficult position. Just about going to make it out. Will he be able to get that? Peak does not find the frag, unfortunately, when closes them out. And despite his valiant effort, Warwick Direwolves pick up the round again. But that isn't at least an ultimate invested.
That definitely means that Warwick, they won't get a round for free, but right here you can see Ego Peak grabbing up those 2 kills, and had Wen not found that last kill onto Maddie, it just would have looked so much better for Reading. Suddenly it would have been a 2 versus 1, it would have been much easier for them to actually take it back despite, but nevertheless they lose that kill, and right now Reading, they are definitely looking like a team who's not having the best of times here. Out coming in with only pistols, Warwick might just get the 5th round.
Yeah, it's very likely they will be. Reading Knights could be forced off a lot of these angles. Looking to maybe catch people out on Maritti. Down below with this frenzy, nearly found something there, but unfortunately the spray didn't quite work out, but he finds this first as Stun gives him a second chance at that one. Mysterion likely going to close out this player here, but Juma is smoked off and, well, has been given away. Prophet's just going to be playing this close angle, gets the right click and takes down Havocus. Reading Knights stealing away some of these players and even taking down Mysterion here. That's the spike carrier, and Juma is going to pick up that rifle and take control of the situation now. They are fully healed. They're going to pop the Empress and just make things happen. The ultimate is popped. That gives away their position. Expecting the flank, they go for it. Fornic only has the judge in hand. This is so very darn winnable for Juma here. They're going to try and push on in. The spray, they miss it. That's so brutal. Juma really should have been finding that one. And now with the spike in tow, Warwick Direwolves are just heading away from that B site. They don't need to contest it. So they're going to move over to A, put the spike down, and easily close out this round.
This is so well played here from Warwick, and a huge misplay from Juma not being able to get that spray as you highlight, but immediately recognizing from side of Warwick that you just have to rotate bomb sites. You know where your last opponent is, you know how to deal with a retake when you have that advantage. So well played by them. That's probably going to mean a 5th round for them, Rook, all in all. But honestly, this has been such a good play overall here from the side of Reading, getting up what, like 3 kills in total. Definitely hurts the economy of Warwick and puts more money back into their hands.
Yeah, keep in mind this was a pistol round for Reading Knights. Like,
absolutely,
they really shouldn't have been in the situation at all. They don't get the frag there onto when very strong in those late round situations, but Reading Knights, despite the 2-5 scoreline, have been playing so darn well so far, and
And now, here you can just see how Prophet coming in with some good shots. And honestly, as you highlight, Rook, obviously, Warwick ought not to be in this position, having, well, only enemies with pistols to take down. They got punished hard, and honestly, it kind of it was deserved from them to lose so many players. When you can't kill enemies with only pistols, then it definitely does hurt. But Maddie spotting out Warwick right here, ready to shoot them down, coming in here with a rifle, ready in a good position actually. We'll be able to get one. That's Mysterion on.
Yeah, that's a massive one to be able to get here. I think Reading Knights want to contest a little bit more on this site, as we don't really see all too much of that from them. But getting that first frag is always going to be key. Utility forces went out of this position, peeks wide, and still manages to take Ego Peak out. Profit does find that refrag, but they're so darn low now. And this retake becomes even more difficult. Fornic realizing, well, you're low. It's going to be easy to kill you even with this judge at long range. Takes them down, and now it's 1 versus 2. Omariti stuck between a rock and a hard place. Going to put down that smoke, trying to cut things off, but he's not going to check towards his left and stun or take that one up easily. Warwick Direwolves, really strong attacking side from them so far on this half, and genuinely very impressed with it. As much as Matty finds this first frag, I really think you need to get more moving into these rounds, because you need to have some utility going down, something to deny that push, because it seems every time Warwick get away with it scot-free.
I completely agree with you, Rook. When you see your enemy so early on in a round, you have that information, you need to lock down the bomb site, you need to immediately be there and just stop your opponents from getting in. You can hold those angles, you can lay down that utility, and they won't be able to then get in. But Reading, they've had a hard time really containing Warwick, and I feel like a lot of it comes down to Warwick just pushing so hard, unrelenting in their attack. They just move in and they don't give up.
Absolutely don't. Profit looking for this opportunity, but gets CC'd off the angle. Really want to try and contest that. Omariti just about gets rid of that alarm bot, but pushing on in is still going to be so difficult. You can see exactly that. Matty just gets taken out. Ego Peak does find a frag, but 3 players pushing to the same angle, and Stun is still alive. You see it coming on through. Can he find the rocket? He does get the frag. Profit is on site now, looking to contest this. Has the Vandal in hand. Finds the frag through the smoke. It's only 1 left, and that is a beautiful paint shell. He finds it 1 HP. Profit brings it back for their team in the very clutch here and picks up the round.
Oh my god, Rook. I did not expect this to be happening at all, but Reading and Profit doing everything in this round that they needed to. Take a look at this. Stun starting it out by picking up that kill onto Matty. But from there on out, everything just fell apart. Profit coming in with that rocket right there, grabbing up one, picking up a weapon through the smoke, picking up Mysterion as well, and then last player standing, Profit in the right position at the right time. Doing so much work here for Reading and really just pulling this around back for them. Warwick again, super aggressive, but this time around, Reading, they came in and they won those duels, really putting them on the lead.
Yeah, I think there was some information given away. Heard the sound cue from this ultimate and just backed off, I think, very sensibly. Warwick Direwolves looking to play off of the back of this and the Killjoy. Both teams heavily using those ultimates to try and deny a lot of these pushes. I'm surprised to see Omariti so far in this position. If they don't move quickly, they're going to get caught by this Killjoy. They just about back off in time, trying to play edge cases, and Mysterion just pushes on in, smokes things up. If he can get this right click here, it's going to be massive. It's going to peek out, but he's going to be the one who goes down. Omariti finds 2, almost finds the 3rd here, but Habacus does manage to shut him down, but at the cost of a lot of HP. You can see that Fornig is here trying to bait out some of these shots, has the judge in hand and wants to make things happen. Not a lot of HP left on the Warwick Direwolves side as the push is coming on through, and Habacus is just so concussed. Reading Knights still have a lot to play with as this spike hasn't even gone down yet. Warwick Direwolves just don't want to commit. They don't want to open themselves up to this flank, and Juma is now looking to try and deal with Fornic, who is on low health, but we know how much havoc that judge can wreak at close corners.
Juma grabs up the better of Fornic right there. Fornic looking the wrong way. This makes it a 3 versus 2. Now make that 2 versus 2. Ven grabs up the kill onto Juma. Matty looking the wrong way as well. Juma... Wen will grab on one more, but Habacus in the right position as well. This was so well played here by Warwick, just playing those angles, Rook. That's how you hold the bomb site.
Wen has been absolutely fantastic so far this game, and playing in those post-point situations. This is where I actually think Killjoy is at her most powerful, because as much as obviously in defending she's very strong, the problem is once you use her utility, it's kind of no longer useful at all. You really can't get much with it. And I love seeing her in these post-plant situations, pop the turret down, put down whatever you need, and how do you even deal with this? It was a 2v2, and the turret just distracted someone when instantly gets that frag, and the Habacus is there ready and waiting too. Good peek there from Juma, will be able to get out and could just dismiss away from that angle, and Warwick Direwolves are already down a player, but certainly don't count them out.
You don't want to do that. They've been so good at landing their shots in this game so far, so even though it's 4 versus 5, we've seen crazier things from them, like in that last round where it was 3 versus 2, and they still managed to win out. They just need those 2 good players. They just need a win to be there. Now, once again, grabbing control over mid, and we're going to see them immediately rotate over, but they've done this so many times before. Reading, they are ready. They have so many players here already ready to just stop this push from coming in. But Habacus immediately stunned up. Maddie ready to take down one. Takes down Mysterion, but went low, super low, and Ready grabs up that kill as well. Now we're down to 2 more players. Spike already on the bomb side. But this being 2 versus 4 makes it super hard, Rook.
Absolutely, the Habacus doesn't know that they can even remotely go for this. I think at this point you just have to commit, but with 20 HP, they're looking to potentially catch one of these players off guard. You go peek, gets the flash, and well, the Habacus can't quite hit that one when he can't see it. So nice stuff to be able to find that frag, and Reading Knights, this time, doing exactly as I asked. As the push came on in from Warwick Direwolves, they sprayed them down as they tried to enter. This initial frag from Juma was a work of art, honestly, and set them ahead by so much. You can see Matty getting that frag as they push on in, and almost turning it into another. The capitalization comes, and it's just the Habacus left. Easy win for Reading Knights. So, on the whole, just really solid defensive play from here, but it's a little bit late. We are only going to be able to get 4 to 5 rounds here, and that's not exactly what you want from this defensive side.
Oh, you're definitely right, Rook, but they are starting to find the right answer here against Warwick. Warwick, they continue to grab up control over mid and then rotate through sewers. That time around, Reading, they were ready, they had the utility, they had that spray over towards A instead. So if they can continue to do that, they continue to figure out how Warwick they play. Winning this game shouldn't be too hard, but Mysterion grabs up the kill onto Prophet. Ready goes in, grabs up stun. Now down to 33 health. Not too much to work with. Goes down to Mysterion as well. And this makes it a 3 versus 4.
Yeah, brilliantly played as well from Warwick Direwolves, getting those sprays on in, using information to scout out who's on A, and, well, then pushing towards it. They know that there's not all too much, but there is at least one of those players when gets caught out in this position here. Ropes, not normally a position you get caught out in, as you do kind of check around it. And the Habacus now the only one on site, but with that frag from Fornic, he keeps on making it happen. He is the judge criminal, judge, jury, and executioner. Even that would be a bit of a better quote there, but it looks like Joma versus 3. He's not going to be able to find this, especially with Fornic already closing on that position. Mysterion finds the frag, and Warwick Direwolves yet again pick up these wins off the back of some really, I don't want to say undeserved, because Fornic absolutely deserves it, but very cheeky frags.
Yeah, absolutely. Fornic have been looking really good alongside Wen and Mysterion. And honestly, it just looks like the entire Warwick Direwolves lineup, they are super hungry here tonight. They want to win this matchup, and they want to, well, put this back into their hands. If they were to lose this game here, Reading would go 2-0 up against their opponents and, well, essentially be 1 game away from winning this best of 5. So, Warwick putting this back into their own hands, winning this game would definitely give them everything in the world that they need to take down the clear favorites in Reading.
Absolutely. They're looking for this opportunity, and Prophet doesn't quite land that shot. That would have been massive. Would have been a great way to start off Reading Knights attacking side here. Could have made such a difference. As a result, Warwick Direwolves are going to continue to play a little bit more defensive. They're starting to coalesce towards this B side. The rotates are coming in, and Habacus does try to contest, but maybe that second flash will allow him to get something here, but he gets flashed back, and, well, flashes a plenty here, but Habacus doesn't find the frag onto Prophet here despite all of the bullets they put out. Wen does finish off, but Matty was just behind. They clean it on up, and Fornic trying to push on in through here with that shorty. Always seems to make it happen. Now has this ghost in tow, and it's 2 versus 2. They're looking for these frags.
They absolutely are. 2 versus 2. And all players inside of Reading, they are, though obviously they have control over this bomb site. They can play these angles, so good for them. Phonic, however, goes super close in with that shotty. In a good position, Prophet goes down, but Matty might get it better here off Phonic. Here's him. Sees Phonic rotate around, but Matty, obviously being behind Phonic, can grab up that kill, and this was such an important round here from Reading. They needed to win this to get back in the control of the game. Now they can buy up weapons and they can start to make this comeback. But right here, look at Phonic once again grabbing up a kill with that shorty, moving in here onto this bomb site as well. Phonic did such a good job in this round of playing these close quarters. So like that was super well from them, just not enough to win that round. But man, grabbing up 3 kills with a shorty in a pistol round is definitely a very good look.
And I know a lot of teams had said, we figured out Phonic. He can't catch us anymore. You say that, but it keeps on happening. He can't keep getting away with this. And, well, Reading Knights A falling prey to those exact same things. Unfortunately, this time Phonics is shut down as he tries to get aggressive. Caster's Curse always coming in with immediate effect. And Warwick Direwolves find themselves down a player, which is a disastrous position to be on this defense. And Mysterion doesn't understand the secrets of the shorty here. This is looking like Reading Knights A just going to clean up this round. Omariti trying to play that long angle with the Stinger. Doesn't always work out, but you're going to see the spike go down, and Prophet even gets that 4K. Brilliant stuff from him. Again, this sharp tip of the spear for this Reading Knights side, drawing blood.
Yep, Prophet being, well, once again, just the MVP here from Reading, and a fabulous and flawless round here from Reading. It gives them all that they need in the world now. They have plenty of weapons, Rook, and they're really starting to make this comeback. We talked about how they are those favorites here to win this one. They have the better record against Warwick, but right now Warwick, they are giving them a fight for their, well, money. And honestly, Warwick now having these weapons does mean that Reading, they're in a bad position, and they really need to work for this with those SMGs against those rifles coming from Warwick. This might just be Warwick going 9-6 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely should be. This is their round to pick up, and I mean, Reading are really playing for this best case scenario. If they can make something out of these SMGs, it's such a good position to be in. Now, the problem is obviously winning with these SMGs into rifles is very difficult at times.
Very hard,
Reading
yes.
Knights, they've not really been out fragging Warwick in aim-to-aim department, so I don't think they're necessarily going to be able to just force this one. And Phonic always waiting in the wings, trying to clean things up. The players push on in, and he finds a lot of buckshot into some of them, but doesn't quite finish any particular one off. Omariti's going to move into this position. We can see the flash coming on through. And Stun only catches one. Ego Peak goes down, but Stun is quite low himself. He has a little bit of time to use that hot hands and maybe recuperate some of that health. But Warwick Direwolves, they shouldn't be in such a difficult position because they are up players right now.
They are, and they have those better weapons, but for Reading, this does mean that they haven't really spent any money to win this round, so just getting to this position is a really successful one. Mysterion already on the spike, defusing as well, and Reading everything. They just stand there, grab that up, and Reading, they end up losing a round. They had to pull back from that spike because they couldn't just stand at the back of that bomb site, but in the end, they get punished because with a man advantage, you can afford to have one sitting on that bomb at all times.
Yeah. And Reading Knights, I appreciate that you wanted to try and move off, make something happen. They didn't account for Mysterion literally being right there. And how can you? Brilliant stuff, honestly, from Warwick Direwolves to be able to pick that one up, and they just walked on site and took it. Reading Knights need to be a little bit more diligent in these future rounds, but this is going to be a rifle round for them, and they should be able to make things happen here. A good concussion. Mysterion gets some damage down, but takes some themselves as they dash out of that position.
But because they hadn't spent any money in the last round, Rook, they can buy up, as you mentioned, with those rifles. Could look much better here. But they have to win this. If they lose this one, it's going to really hurt their economy, and that's going to take, well, a toll on their chances at perhaps winning this map right here. Remember, it's Warwick's pick, so Warwick, obviously, they feel the most pressure to win this one. It's on them to win because it's their map. They have that experience, but now with that being said, Reading, they are also starting to give them quite a run for their money.
Absolutely. Mysterion, though, holding those angles, and that's something Warwick is certainly no strangers to. Omori gets that refrag, and now is on site, just going straight for the spike. This time, they won't leave the site, they won't give it up, and well, Mysterion isn't there to try and deny them that either. Fornik playing this up in close angle, as per usual. As you can see, Stun moving into position to try and deny any long-range pushes. They want to contest towards this. Fornik will catch them off guard. Ego Peak is right off the board. Juma finds the frag, and they don't expect Matty to be waiting in the wings to clean that one up. Wen, however, will find 2 frags to try and bring it back, but it's Omori finding that final frag that puts it in the bank, and Reading Knights just about keep the dream alive.
Honestly, Rook, it feels like every single round in this game so far is coming down to these strong MVPs from both sides. Amoretti and Prophet winning rounds from Reading that are super close. On the side of Warwick, it's all about Wen and Fornik coming in and really dealing that damage to Reading. In another close round, Reading, they're able to win, but take a look at their economy. It's starting to look real good for them. They're starting to build it up, and they have plenty of weapons to work with too. But Warwick, they're looking to really deal some damage with both a Shorty and Fornik on yet another shotgun. Warwick, they're not giving up without a fight. Stinger in hand, Wen grabs up the first kill onto Juma. Not a good position to be in at all here for Reading, and definitely hurts him now. If Mysterion can grab up a kill here with that Shorty as well, definitely put Warwick in such a good position, but Amoretti and everyone else from the side of Reading, they play this so conservatively, they lock it down, and Warwick, they don't get a chance.
Yeah, Abacus trying to make that play, but unfortunately, it's Wen who pops off here and finds their 3rd kill of the round. Omori tries as they might to turn this into a W, but Warwick Direwolves have an uncanny ability to turn rounds that, well, really just should not be theirs into easy Ws. This is going to be Prophet going down here as well, as Habak's even had that rifle. Reading Knights not respecting the fact that Warwick Direwolves, they have that little magic sitting in the back.
But honestly, it's again coming down to Warwick being so aggressive, looking at these different angles that they're holding. They're just making sure that they can really just take the fight to Reading, and apparently Reading, they can't really deal with this pressure that Warwick they're putting onto them, coming in and taking these duels all the time. Even though Warwick, they have no way of really winning those duels. It's coming down to a short, it's coming down to a shotgun. It shouldn't really be Warwick winning those rounds, but they still do so. And Reading, well, it just takes a toll on them now being down once again 3 rounds.
Yeah, Juma trying to get rid of some of that utility sitting in the way, and I appreciate the Reading Knights want to play a slightly slower game here, get rid of some of that utility, and make their pushes across the board. But by doing this, you give away some of that positioning, and you can see a lot of those members of Warwick already looking towards that push on that longer side of A. When, if they peek out here and find another swathe of frags, this could already be curtains for Reading Knights A. The rocket's going to come on through. They will take it down, but Habacus was easily waiting in the wings to pick that one up. Stun picks off Matty as they try and push in. And this is Reading Knights, again, not dealing properly with those positions, as it just keeps on being them who seed players in order to push on in here. You see the ultimates coming on through from both sides. They really want to try and contest this and get into position in time. They're all in that heaven right now. Omoriti looking for this opportunity to get the drop on them. Will take down one. Fornik is off the board, but Mysterion and Stun strike right back. It's Ego Peak versus these 3 left, and well, he's going to push through the smoke. It's going to reveal himself. Will he be able to get it? No, he won't. Mysterion shuts them down again, and Reading Knights A lose yet another round in a row.
But you're right, Rook. Reading Knights A, they don't properly lock down these positions right here. Prophet went in just so fast without anyone there to support him. So they can't really lock down the bomb side when you have 1 down already, and it allows Warwick to get back on their feet. Looking at that buy here from Reading, it's just going to be pistols, 1 Stinger, and 1 shotgun. Not a good look at all, and obviously right now we have to imagine that Warwick, they're getting 1 step closer and, well, are feeling very confident in winning this entire game right here, putting it to 1-1 in this best of 5.
They will. And, well, so far, Warwick Direwolves, I think the real standout performance here for me is Wen. As much as I know they certainly can frag, and they have been very impressive, here they have been such a standout player, and that's not the normal thing we see from Warwick Direwolves, and the fact that they're able to make it work here on Split looks so good for them. Fornic, even with the rifle, he is certainly deadly, takes profit right off the board, and that entry fragger, who's all too important for Reading Knights, already off the board, does not bode well for this attempted push. Fornic shuts down players, attempting to shotgun him out. Only he can do that one, and Juma can't even find stun. Ego Peak does finish off someone, but Mysterion gets the drop on him, and Reading Knights up against this match point now. Warwick Direwolves looking to close out map 1 pretty darn quickly.
They are looking to do so, Rook, and Warwick, they have definitely impressed me in this matchup. They've continued to be super aggressive against Reading, and it feels like they really read how Reading they're supposed to be played. Going aggressive all the time, taking the fight to them, just gives Reading no chance at locking down these bomb sites over when they were on that defensive side, and it's allowed them no chance at really getting onto a bomb site and really grabbing control as well when they can't take out every single member on a bomb site because it just continues to flood in with them. Now, losing one member here on the side of Reading, Warwick, they're looking very confident in taking this last round.
They really are. They've already found that first frag, but Juma strikes back, takes down Mysterion, and that's an easy pick for them to take early. They want to convert it into something, but where will they go? What will they find? It's a big opportunity here for them to maybe bring things back, but it's only game 1. They don't have to put all their energy into it. In fact, I don't think it's better they don't. I think they should try and save some of their mental energy for that next game. As much as finding around here would be absolutely fantastic for them when trying to get that spray, tries to finish things off, but unfortunately, Omariti easily closes them out of that gunfight. Ego Peak going to look for this opportunity as Omariti can easily get that spike on it down, and this is looking like Reading Knights A might be able to just close this out pretty easily, but they've still got a hell of a lot of rounds left for them before they go to overtime. Maddie finds the frag, and it's only stun left, and not even that for very long.
But it's an interesting point that you're making, Rook, about how Reading, they should be looking forward right now to those up-and-coming future games as well, because it's not over. You're definitely right, but getting around like this, where they actually look more competitive, where they get a chance to play their game, where they can lock down those bombs. They don't allow Warwick to really continue to flood onto those bomb sites and continue to just go at them. Looks much better. So Reading, I'd love to see them continue to do this. Play their own game, slow it down. Use your utility to get onto a bomb site and to force Warwick out of those bomb sites as well.
Yeah, that would be a big Warwick. Well, they've shown some very strong defenses so far, and I think Reading Knights will struggle to really find that one. Mysterion finds the frag onto Prophet here. A great way to start things off for themselves. They just need this one round. That's all they darn well need. They don't have to play too aggressive. They don't have to catch these players off guard. Some good smokes go on through, and Matty even falls. It's 3 versus 5. Warwick really going to have their work cut out for them right now. They are, well, looking to try and spread out and hold a lot of these different angles. And because they have that player advantage, they really should be able to stun. Getting ready with this flash as the smoke comes on through. He's not going to have any impact here. It's going to be down to Bahabicus for holding this one here. He's going to push there aggressively. Will he catch Juma? No, Juma backs off. And for now, Reading Knights playing with the time that they have available.
40 seconds left to go. Reading, having already lost 2 players, they know that they have to be careful how they play this. They have one chance. They can't afford to lose a round. 3 versus 5. Omariti has to find a kill right here. Has to stop Fornic. Juma goes down. Omariti grabs some stun as well. But Mysterion is in such a good position. Grabs up 1. Does not find even more. Omariti is so huge in this round. Taking down Mysterion as well. Putting this into a 2 versus 2 Rook.
This is absolutely massive. Can Reading Knights continue to bring it back? 2 versus 2, as you said, when?
Oh my
Trying
God.
to use that long range to finish things off here. Omariti peeks out wide, almost takes down another. It's down to 1 here. Can they bring it back? Juma just needs to find both these players. That should be enough to dismiss. It's 1 versus 1, and Juma doesn't have any Lears left, but as Vahabicus tries to stick it, Reading Knights shut that down, and 9-12. Reading Knights are on the comeback right now.
Oh my God, I think I said that like 2 times already, but what a round here from Reading. 3 versus 5, they go in. Super well played. Having one player up in A heaven and then those 2 players moving down onto that A side as well just meant that you could cover so many different angles and really allow for those players to get onto a bomb side. Juma then also playing this super well. Being in that corner meant that you could take down one because you knew they were coming down from heaven. They had no idea where you were. So a good round here from Reading, but they're far from out of the woods quite yet. They still have to win 3 rounds. This one and the following 2 to push us to overtime. And well, Warwick, they're coming in with rifles once again, and we've seen what they can do with that. Picking up a kill onto an Eagle Peak right here. Let's see if Reading, they can recover once again from losing these early members.
Done it before, can they do it again? It'll certainly be difficult. Warwick, Direwolves though. They're putting players up and aggressive. Profit. Looking at trying to finish them off, but Fornic doesn't want to contest that one, doesn't want to mess around. Knows that if they play towards their team, that should be an easy frag to find. They just need to look for the refrag. 1 for 1 is perfectly good for them. They're ahead. They're all too happy to take that situation there. But Reading Knights, right now, down to 4 players, and they're going to have to invest some ultimates. This is absolutely right. They're going to have to try and pick some of these players off, and well, it's going to get right into the back of this site. This is absolutely massive. He's going to sneak on in. Juma takes down Fornic as Stun tries to look for an opportunity here, but Profit was already in there, right up amongst it, and Warwick Direwolves now down a player themselves, completely flip the tables on this one as Reading Knights continue to put that pressure on and do not let Warwick get away with these rounds. They're looking for an opportunity to push on, and Mysterion goes down. Matty does manage to hold that frag, and with a couple more coming through, Reading Knights are only 2 rounds behind now.
This is looking much better from Reading, using those ults, investing them in to win a round without giving Warwick a chance of making that comeback. And then once you got onto the bomb side, using your utility to lock down that bomb side. Reading, they're starting to play their game, which is slow, conservative, not a fast, dynamic one like we're seeing from Warwick. But with that being said, Reading, they still have 2 rounds to go, Rook, and they continue to drop those players in the early game. So if they can stop bleeding out in that early game, stop losing those members, I would be more convinced that they could take this all the way back into their hands.
Tali. Mysterion with that ultimate being popped. They want to contest this. They really don't want to cede so many rounds in a row. It would be brutal for them. Profit right up against this wall, looking to be that, again, sharp spear tip for the team. They're spreading out. They're not looking towards this A site anymore. The execute likely coming towards B. This is where the spike is. But there are 3 players and a bunch of utility to try and shut down this push. The smoke comes through towards mid. I don't think that Warwick Direwolves even know that's happening. They're just sitting in their positions, waiting for this push to come. And, well, you can see Reading have rotated all these players back over, but no push yet.
We are running down the clock, but here we go. Utility coming in. The Abacus already going down, trying to jump in there and stop them, but Stun going down. Now when the MVP's last player standing, grabbing up 1, that's Profit going down. Stinger in hand. Van can be so deadly, grabbing up on Miretti as well. And this is now more competitive for Warwick. Had Mysterion won those kills, and those duels would have been so much better, but now Fornic is the last player standing. With a shotgun once again, classic Fornic. Let's see if this and go. Judge rules that Fornic might be able to find something.
Yeah, looking so greedily for that one. Brilliant stuff from Germany to be able to close that out. And Reading Knights A, I was saying, chill out, relax, have a tea break, set yourself up for this next game. They said, no, I'm not buying any of that. We are contesting this through and through. And I thought Bahabicus was in such a perfect position. And even that Nano Swarm does very little. Wen finds these 2 frags to try and clean things up, but Warwick Direwolves just do not manage to find these frags. And Mysterion not hitting the shots like we really expect them to. Fornic not reading exactly where that player would be. And the fact that Juma was able to get that down outside of the smoke is absolutely brilliant. And a misplay, honestly, from Fornic to put that smoke in that position. It's now 1 round away from this overtime. And Reading Knights, they are really pushing this all the way. They could just invest these ultimates here. They can go for everything.
They have to go for everything. This is do or die time. Profit moving in.
Or do and die.
Well, 1 kill, dies themselves well, so that's 1 for 1 here. But now, Warwick, they know where Reading they're coming from. Reading, Smartly deciding to pull back. They only have that one shot right now, so they're not pushing forward. They're not giving more information over to Warwick. Matty, trying to see if they can find anything, but the rest of the team are from Reading, moving through sewers into bottom mid. If they move up into the top mid, they have so many chances at rotating around. And look at this, if they move over towards B, there's only going to be one player standing over there. That's going to be Wen, trying to stop them all, but Juma making sure to play this slow, checking every single corner. Rook, it's do or die time. They have one more chance.
They really do. They're all pushing through this position, sneaking on through. And there are going to be 3 players they're pushing on into. They don't know it yet, but 30 seconds on the clock.
left.
And Reading Knights, well, they're up against the full force, pretty much, of a Warwick Direwolves defense right now. They're going to push on through the flashes. All the utilities starting to come on through Warwick. Want to get that paranoia. Fornic does manage to land it, but he pushes out into the open, and Juma punishes him accordingly. Omariti going for this plant stun, popping the runner back, wants to try and deny it, but isn't quick enough off the mark. And you can see Juma trying to contest this as well. Omariti is the one who finds the frag and stun, is sent back to the drawing board. Omariti finds yet another. It's Wen versus 3, and the ultimate is even coming out. Empress doesn't actually do anything versus 1 player, but hey, at least you look cool doing it. Wen wants to try and make this retake, even drops the Killjoy, but moves out into the open. Omariti shuts them down, and Reading Knights bring this back to overtime after what looked like a pretty easy Warwick situation.
Rogue, I was so hyped for this matchup coming into today, and honestly, it's starting to deliver. Reading, they just gave the Warwick Direwolf fans something to be glad about, getting so close to winning, but then they just gave them ultimately false hope as Reading, they're looking to pull this back. Now we're heading into overtime, and Reading, they are looking so determined. They want to win this game and go 2-0 up in this best of 5 grand final. They don't want to let this series go further than Icebox.
Absolutely. What a brilliant situation for them to be in here. It's going to obviously to buy up. This is overtime, so everyone's going to be able to get some of that money in the bank. And, well, Juma looking to make things happen here, wants to find that early frag for the team. But, well, Warwick Direwolves, they've learned what you're going to be doing there, Juma, and do not give up a player quite this time.
Shadows traveling.
Fornic moving in to top mid alongside the rest of Warwick. Reading, I love what we're seeing from them this time around. They've realized that playing it slow is the way to go, so they're spreading themselves out on the map right here, making sure to grab up a lot of different information if they can get that. And again, just giving Warwick control over mid. It worked in their defensive half, giving control back into Warwick and then allowing them to make the play from there. Reading responding once again. 45 seconds left to go. Reading, time to go. Prophet moving in. Juma, however, grabbing up that first kill onto stun.
Yeah, and will find Bahabicus as well as he tries to make the cross. Brilliant stuff. Reading Knight do find the frags, but Mysterion is looking to take those heads back in whatever form that they come. When strikes it down one more, but gives themselves away. And as Juma finds yet another frag, I was asking earlier, will this rainer be good enough? Will Juma be able to make it work? Hell yeah, they're going to make it work. They have found so much value on this pick. It's also due to pure aim. But they have been able to heal up, provide a lot of utility, and great usage, honestly, of those layers that can sometimes be a little lackluster. Brilliant play so far from Reading Knights, and they've taken the advantage after what seems like an age. 6 rounds in a row to put them in this position, and they could just close it out here.
Take good, Rook. Honestly, Warwick and Direwolves, this must be such a hard position to be in. Their mentality must be feeling really hard right now, getting so close to taking down Reading Knights, a team that they don't have the best record against. A team that are looking to try and take them down in this grand final. Warwick, they are so close they can taste it, but now losing those 6 rounds in a row and being, well, close to losing this first map in this Battle 5, honestly, the mentality must be really taking a toll.
It will be Omariti looking for this opportunity here. You can see Warwick Direwolves spread out again, 3 players on that B site. We know that Reading Knights really like to commit towards that B site, so it's not a surprise to see Warwick Direwolves putting a couple more players there. But again, it's going to be a mid push with the covering of this A site so that there's no aggression coming out from this Cypher. And Warwick Direwolves, they're going to have to deal with this situation. Smokes come on through. Push starts to begin. Profit wants to make their play on here. You can see Rotate starting to come out as well from Fornek. They know that this push is likely coming, but they haven't actually heard anything yet. That's why they haven't committed towards this. And the fact that nothing's happened, even after all this time, they're trying to just bait out this Rotate. And Reading Knights playing with some fantastic macro, but instantly, there comes the push, and you can see he just flies in. Profit is not constrained by mortal pushing. We see the frags come on through thick and fast. Wen holds strong to bring it into this position for Warwick Direwolves. The frags come through though. Ego Peak and Matty find what they need to. The spike is going down. They're looking to try and contain this. It's only Mysterion. They find the first frag. Can they find these two more? Mysterion has been clutch for this team before. Can they make it happen again? You can see Reading Knights say they've just pushed on into this position towards that CT spawn. The defenders won't know what hit them. Mysterion with only 60 HP as well just does not know where these players are coming from. Reading Knights A pretty much have this in the bag. How is Mysterion going to be able to win this? If he goes to try and stick the plant, he's going to be given away, and he doesn't even get that opportunity. Reading Knights pull it back with 7 straight rounds from 7-12 to 14-12. This man was on fire. Wen nearly made it happen, nearly stopped them in their tracks. But here, again, Matty finds those frags, comes up big, and every member of every team is one hell of a threat.
Warwick, they tried their best, Rook, to take down Reading, but in the end, Reading, they just were too hungry to win this. They are the team we talked about being the favorites coming into this matchup, and right here they show us why. Warwick, they continue to play super aggressive in the first half of this round, of the game, but ultimately Reading, they just realized how to deal with Warwick, and damn did they deal with Warwick towards the end, winning 8 rounds in a row to win this entire game.
Yeah, brilliant stuff by Reading. And I was saying towards the start of the season, if you're looking at a team that will get better and better as the season goes on, Reading are the team to watch. They finally passed that point where they are better than Warwick Direwolves. And I know it's early to call it, but they're on map point now. They need to find one more map in order to close this out. And well, they've got 3 ahead of them. They can play for whatever they want.
And we're going to their map pick now, Rook. So, like, they can't feel more confident than this, winning 8 rounds to make that comeback, going on their map pick. Ollie, what more do they want?
What more do they want? Prophet said it himself. After they beat them last week, they are so confident that they can take it. They have their game plan, and as long as they stick to it, they say they should be fine. And they really did have a great read on how that map veto would go, and now they are poised to take this series in a pretty record-breaking fashion. We are going to be having a short break while we set up for Icebox, so call your jets as we're getting ready for that match right now.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their Feel my heart, it's beating. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beating. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever.
Hello and welcome back to the Null Valorant University Tournament Winter 2020 Grand Finals and Reading Knights versus Warwick Direwolves. I don't know how they won that. Reading Knights bring it back from 7-12 to win the whole game on their opponent's map choice. What a magical moment, wasn't it?
Absolutely, Rook. I mean, out of nowhere, this team suddenly realizes how to deal with their opponents, forcing them to play to their playstyle, and then, as you say, coming on to win everything. Honestly, that looked amazing, and now it was their opponent's map pick. Now we're going on to Reading Knights' map pick, and honestly, Rook, that must give them so much more confidence as we're heading on to Icebox.
Yeah, it was honestly so impressive, and seeing those players individually as well, they all really popped off. I want to give a shout out to one of the players. I believe it was Wen, who I came into this and I didn't really expect them to do super well. They didn't impress me in some previous matches I'd seen them in, and here they just absolutely popped off. They really showed what they had, and had a really great performance on Killjoy here. Now, if Warwick are going to pick up the next match, they'll need more than Wen to be able to win that one out. But I think, again, Wen should be set up well to do on this one because Killjoy is very solid there.
Absolutely, and with Wen being such an expert on that Killjoy, I'd imagine that we're going to be seeing so many great things from Wen heading into this game. Honestly, Wen was the shining light for Warwick. Now, obviously, we have to say that Phonic with that shotgun looked super good as well. Mysterion on the Jet as well did so much work too. But Wen always came in clutch and really did a good job at locking down these bomb sites on their own as well. So like, if Wen can keep up their performance, I would definitely argue that Warwick, they have a shot here on winning this map. And ultimately, Rogue, they have to win this one because they're down 2-0 in a best of 5 series.
Yeah, it's honestly do or die time for them, and I don't think they wanted do or die to be Icebox. This is a map which not many teams are particularly happy to be playing. I'm always happy to see it. I'm in the Christmas spirit, but it's...
Oh, we both are.
Definitely an interesting one. Yeah, we're both wearing these jumpers. So it's an interesting map. A lot of different things going on in it. You can't necessarily play the same way. But I actually think with their team composition, they shouldn't be in such a difficult spot, because normally you don't really want to Cypher there, but they don't really run it very much. And I think while they may not have necessarily practiced the Icebox, and I think that puts them very much at a disadvantage, they might be able to get away with this one if they really pull it out of the bag.
Yeah. Ultimately, obviously there's some strategies that you want to develop on that map. There are some callouts, etc. that you really want to have locked down. If you haven't practiced, it's going to be hard, but in the end, it does come down to your aim, Rook. So it's not like Warwick, they are completely starting at scratch, while a team like Reading are coming in with just a mile ahead of them. They can take these duels to Reading, and we've seen them do so in the first map.
Yeah, they have better aim, I would actually argue, for the most part. They've really shown us that they are a very solid team when it comes to that regard, and they definitely can adapt. So I hope here on Icebox they're able to do that, and if they are, I think they're actually in really good stead. The last time these two teams faced off, Warwick picked up a 13-10, and if they can do that, they're getting all the way through to Haven. But I think their luck might run out. University of Reading really put on a great side of Haven. I believe it's 13-6 when they took this matchup last Sunday. And it's definitely always really interesting to see how things are going to change. But here on Icebox as that map, we're going to be going into picks, and, well, we're probably going to see relatively normal things. Phonic picking up the Omen, likely a lot back. Matty might go over to that Killjoy as we're kind of seeing that hover. But I think for the most part, we won't see all too much different. Maybe Juma switching around, they are a bit of a flex, but I'd be surprised if I saw this Viper.
Yeah, I know how you feel about Viper, Rogue, so we'll keep an eye out on if Jama will lock that in. Then just still hovering on top of that Killjoy. I'd expect to see that coming in as well. I'm also pretty happy to see Raze being locked in here from Stun. I'm a big fan of Raze and the Showstopper and all that damage that the Showstopper can bring to the table. And I think on a map like Icebox, having a Showstopper can be so crucial because there's so many different areas that you want to be able to clear in a hurry.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see as well, because I really like this Raze. Because it can move around a lot more on this map and absolutely brings some verticality to a map that, allows you to move around with the verticality on a map that brings it in spades. There's definitely kind of like that two-tier system where you're on the upper floor and you can kind of play around that. These picks kind of a little bit slow. Not sure what's happening there, but hopefully they get locked on in. It is going to be the Viper for Joma here. I am so surprised by this, but the Killjoy coming through, Ego Peak this time on that Omen, and Omeriti over on the Raze. Things are a little bit different as Prophet has moved over towards that Jet. And now, there's one thing you need to know about Prophet and Jet. Prophet will take every peak and then just dash out. They are super aggressive, or dash in, honestly. Prophet is super aggressive on this pick, and I am looking forward to this massive.
I am too, and honestly, it just feels like with us having so many aggressive and strong picks here on the side of Reading, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing if they can put the fight to Warwick. This Viper coming in as a controller agent can really just lock down some of these spots. At the same time, Prophet, we've seen what they can do with that Jet Rook, super aggressive, and honestly, if Prophet is allowed to get going, Prophet will take it all the way. But we are having a small tech pause before we get going into this game. So we have a bit more time to talk about all these agents that have been locked in. So, Rook, I know that you really want to talk about this Viper.
Yeah, there's so many different things you can kind of get on with Viper. We do have a tech pause coming on in, so we'll have to delay it for a little bit. You know, we have to stretch out. We said to Twitch, we will stream for this amount of time, and, well, if you have read the script yet, Reading are going to be able to win, so we have to take this quick, like, 10-second pause. We're actually going to be going back in pretty much straight away, but going back to this Viper. Now, the Viper brings so much. Actually, we've seen it play in terms of pro play very recently. Summon FC bringing out that a little bit, and obviously Angel always has had that in the back pocket. It's a very strong pick. You can get a lot of interesting things going on with it, but more interesting than that is Prophet just hopping up here, taking down the Habacus, and continuing to contest. He's so far up, and, well, Omariti is on the flank as well. They have taken a forward position. I don't know, can't believe Prophet didn't spot that out, but Omariti takes all the frags they need, and when cannot hold that for long enough. Stunt is that only remaining player, and Warwick Direwolves, they're off the board already. Reading Knights up and in your face as they take that pistol round.
Warwick, they can't even get out of their spawn, Rook. This is why Reading, they picked this map. They're feeling super confident, they know how to play it, and they're taking the fight all the way to the Warwick Direwolves lineup right here, not allowing them to, well, even move a few meters. So, well played by Reading. They're off to a really good start, and, well, Warwick, it seems like they're going to have their work cut out for them in this potentially last game.
Yeah, if Reading Knights manage to take this one, this will be the last game. Warwick Direwolves are up against it. This is not their map choice. This is not a map which they've practiced so much. I believe they were just hoping to get away with that previous map and make it work from there. We see some shots coming through as Warwick Direwolves pushing on into this A site. Everyone is coalescing. You can see them trying to move on. And Ego Peak takes down 2 with the Spectre. When trying to get that plant off, the spray comes on through, and Matty and Juma just strike them down. The spike can't even go down, and stun is not long for this world. A flawless round for Reading Knights, and Warwick Direwolves pushing on in here. I appreciate this is their pistol round, but not really sure of how they're going to make that happen.
No, they probably try to just catch their opponents off guard, move in quick and fast, and then make it work from there, Rook, but ultimately didn't do too much for them, and, well, they lose a round now, coming in with rifles. Reading playing it smart by just locking down with those SMGs. A judge coming in from Prophet as well, so Reading, they're looking super confident with those SMGs, and if they can make this work, man, will it start for Warwick? It's going to put a huge, well, it's going to put a huge stop to their economy and the rise that could come from that, but, I mean, went already off to a good start, picking down Omariti.
Warwick were a little bit worried that this map would be a struggle for them because Reading Knights play a little bit more of a puggy style, but I think it's interesting that they say that. They themselves are a group of fantastic fraggers, and I actually think that they'll be able to get away with that puggy style as well, and it'll be interesting to see how that kind of contrasts. Prophet doing a Fornic, waiting in the wings with the judge here, but minute on the clock, you can see that Warwick Direwolves are starting to make their moves. The wall goes up. Will Fornic check this angle? He must know the kind of things which are going to be coming. You're going to check the angle, and, well, stun knows, takes down Prophet, and now they're up 2 players. Reading Knights A in a difficult position, but they're doing this with SMGs. They're pretty fine with this situation. Vulnerable comes on through, but Habacus, he's completely exposed, but isn't taken out. It's Matty who falls, and Reading Knights A are already down to 2 in this retake. Looking rather difficult now.
Yeah, only 2 players left standing with SMGs in hand. Not what you really want here from side of Reading. Mysterion moving all the way behind here against Juma. Juma moving in, trying to land a few spots here with that SMG. Not exactly the best position to be in. Juma goes down, Eagle Peak goes down as well, and Warwick, they finally win their first round, but again, do consider Reading, they only had those SMGs, they decided not to buy in, so while Warwick, they are able to win a round, not like they are, well, winning all in all yet, because they still have to take down Reading Knights once again, now with even stronger weapons.
Yeah. Reading Knights, have their second chance. That was the bonus round. They were looking to really close it out, but it's not the end of the world. They can just buy on up, and they even have the operator ready here for Profit. No longer with the judge, this time with something a little bit more, well, mainstream, but nonetheless very powerful. So we're going to be seeing Reading Knights, holding in a more standard fashion, and I'm interested to see how Warwick Direwolves play towards this. They don't have a lot of experience here, and, well, they don't know these angles. Omariti gets a dink there onto this player, but that's exactly it. If you're using that Vandal, that easily would have been a frag, and Warwick Direwolves must be counting their lucky stars.
Juma getting pressured a bit here over towards A, but... Sorry, over towards mid, but... Ultimately, Warwick deciding to move down towards B green instead. Now, Prophet with just the AUE right there in hand, can't do anything. You can't get out when there's such a strong rifle ready, the operator. Or, I mean, it's basically an AUE if you play Counter-Strikes, like, just in such a good position, taking down one. And Prophet playing super aggressive with this one, taking every single peek that they can find, but
30 seconds left.
nose right there from that operator got spotted. Ren puts a few bullets into Prophet, but ultimately won't take them down. And with 20 seconds left to go, Warwick, they have to start deciding, do we go for this? Or do we just save our weapons?
I don't think you save here. You've got 4 players. You want to make this happen, but Reading Knights have already moved on over. They're trying to get the plant down. Prophet takes down Stun, and the spike planter is killed. Fornic does get that frag back, but they've got to make that spike happen. Ego Peak finds the frag, but Wen finds one as well. Gives themselves up, unfortunately, and that is an easy set there for Reading. Losing a couple more players than they probably would have liked, but such a solid round from themselves. And Warwick Direwolves, that buy up is going to amount to, well, not really as much as they wanted to find. This AUE shot comes back for more and actually finds it this time. Prophet making up for the fact that they weren't able to hit those. Wen gets some nice frags again, has been stellar on this pick, but unfortunately the time was so much against them that Ego P can just push on through and take.
But for Reading, they've been allowed to take it slow, like we saw them wanting to do on our first map when they wanted, how they wanted to play on split. So they're really controlling the pace here, and it's giving them everything that they could want. But on top of that, Prophet having the operator, it's definitely not a bad shout as well, as Prophet loves that weapon and loves to be super aggressive with that weapon as well.
Absolutely. I'm really surprised to see Juma on this, honestly. I'm so excited to have it here, and a lot of interesting setups coming through, but interesting as they are, Prophet is just hitting these shots where they need to. Head given away, but, well, Prophet doesn't manage to redeem that one. Is going to peek again. The wall comes up, and in that opening moment, Prophet just opens up Wen's cranium. Yet again, one player left on Warwick Direwolves, and this was a round where they brought up. They wanted to make things happen, and another flawless round from Reading Knights, and, well, Warwick Direwolves, they might be having an early night.
They might just be. They might only just have to win 2 games in total, Rook. As this was another round, that's super good from them. You can see that Prophet
That noise.
didn't really take too much from Prophet to win that one. 4 rounds up now here against Reading. Sorry, 3 rounds up, but 4 rounds in total. And Warwick, their economy is still really starting to take a toll. Only coming in with pistols. Warwick, they're starting to fall really far behind. And Prophet, while grabbing up a kill on stun, definitely the MVP and the one that really keeping Warwick back right here. Every time Warwick they try to push forward, they're met by a gun from that operator.
Indeed, they are. Matty playing more passive on this position. Omariti got the backup at the turret, and will be looking for anyone who steps out a little bit too far. Daggers in tow for the Jet for Warwick Direwolves. They want to make things happen, and that is their opportunity to do so. They realize we have to get a big round here. Fornic has the Bucky. He can certainly make things happen here, but Habacus finds that frag, but Matty shuts down Mysterion. No rifle for you as Matty continues to take down these players. Forced out of position by the Nano Swarm. There are still players on site, and Wen can't even find the frag with that Ghost. A 4K for Matty, as these Killjoys seem to be really on top of it so far this series. And Reading Knights 5-1. Now, we have seen this the other way. Warwick Direwolves did have 5-1 on their last map, but it wasn't in such a dominating fashion. Reading Knights were getting close in some of those rounds, and I really can't say the same here.
No, Reading Knights, they've started to look much better than Warwick. Warwick, they were the ones that could really set the tempo of the game in game number 1. In the first start, before they started to lose. But now Reading, like, this is a completely different tempo. It looked like we were running when we saw Warwick in our first game, but now this is a sprint coming in from Reading. They just want to end it immediately, and man, are they just, well, taking the fight to Warwick. Warwick aren't really allowed to get onto any bomb sites as well. They're just immediately shut down the moment they show their face.
Yeah, it is a big problem for them. Normally they're the ones fragging, they're the ones who can win out on those aim duels, but it's just not been possible here on Icebox. The knowledge from Reading Knights, and honestly their aim has been on point too. They're not losing out in any of these duels, as they're just going tit for tat. Even if there is a frag back and forth, they're going to expose themselves. The Killjoy is coming through. Mysterion doesn't go for that second time. You can see just trying to fake out that shot, comes on through, and he was just waiting for it. Prophet knew. You could see the gun model poking out, and it was so easy. No one detained. Stun tries to move on in. They've got a player up close and personal. When boosting into that possession, Satchel try and buy some time. Ego Peak just about makes it out, but Habicus, Bornik, and Wen strike down some of these players. It's Juma versus 3 after they find that frag, and they're going to try and find these last couple. Pushes on forward, but Habicus cleans that one on up, and Warwick Direwolves strike back and take a round here. But again, Reading Knights, they still have money in the bank.
They absolutely do, but this is looking much better for Warwick, so all they need to do apparently is just to get onto a bomb site, have that utility ready to lock down Reading as well, because what happened right there was that Bahabicus could get so many kills because all the members inside of Reading, they were either stunned, they were flashed, they just couldn't see anything, they couldn't do anything, and that meant that finally Warwick, they could hold on to that bomb site, they could secure those kills, and they could win a round. But as you also highlight, Rook, it's far from over. Reading, they still have weapons, and they still have economy to work.
Right, trying to find these frags, getting up and aggressive, but Mysterion shuts them down this time. The showstopper right up and forwards for Warwick Direwolves. They are trying to find some of these frags, but Reading Knights, this time, very much see this defense. I'm surprised to see that Killjoy playing so far forward, and, well, I don't think it worked out for them at all. Omariti takes down Fornic, and, well, oh, just barely doesn't hit Mysterion there. That paranoia position comes on through the ultimate. Mysterion jumps out of it right on time, but he's picked out of that position. Juma tries to hold it, but unfortunately just doesn't have enough of an opportunity here. Stun will finish off Omariti, and Warwick Direwolves string together 2 rounds here, looking rather good now in these last couple.
And they're starting to look much better now. Apparently, all they need is to get onto that bomb side, but it's also cool to see that Warwick, they're finding their confidence once again. They're running straight onto a bomb site. They're not stopping at any point. They're just going super aggressive against Reading. Reading, what really helped them win these rounds at the start of this first half was that they could hold Warwick from getting onto the bomb site with the help of Prophet's operator. But because of Prophet not being allowed to utilize that operator, Warwick, they can immediately push in, and Reading can't hold Warwick away from getting onto bomb site. Once again, you can see here Prophet not landing that shot, and it allows Warwick to just move a few more meters forward.
That's a disastrous round for that tech to not come through. Warwick Direwolves are going to have to contest with the Viper's Pit on A, so they're just not committing towards it. They're waiting for this mid push, they're waiting for anything there, and trying to play for these picks. Mysterion even pushing up into the complex here. You can see Omariti just to the left here. This is going to be such a free frag. If they can find them, they do indeed. The smoke comes through to cover their position. They're just moving on in. Ego Peak passes like 2 ships in the night. Tries to get the spray, but Stun finds that one there. Prophet is flashed, smoked, everything, and even shot off of that position. Reading Knights, their strength that we saw at the start of this map seems like a dream. Like it's just absolutely gone. Reading Knights are now falling apart, and Juma is versus 3 with very little utility to actually push on in here. Easily going to get picked off when this push comes through by this player here. Nice one there from Fornic, and Warwick Direwolves catching up very, very quickly.
Warwick Direwolves utilizing their perfect aim and dueling power right now. Rook, that's what you said, that they're so good in these duels that they have that better aim than their opponents, and they realized that once again, so now they are continuing to fight against Reading, and Reading not winning these duels does mean that they now find themselves in quite a pickle, with them possibly going down 5 rounds, going even here with Warwick rather, but losing 4 rounds in a row.
They have been. Ultimate into the back. You can see Fornic is right there, ready and waiting. Matty wants to cover this down and does indeed. Shuts that push out and doesn't let Wen get anything of the sort. Spike down on the floor. Mysterion does find that fragment to Juma, but you can see Matty is just holding this position. Does get paranoid a little bit and will be a little bit scared about that prospect, but Fornic, you don't matter to Matty. Unfortunately, Mysterion denies the ace and is now 1 versus 2 after finding 3 kills of their own, but doesn't have the spike and is going to have to contest that one. As you can see, both Omariti and Prophet moving into position to try and take this back. Mysterion, they have some utility to work with here, and they're just trying to circle around and catch players off guard. If Ego Peak looks to the left here, no! Doesn't quite catch them out. So Mysterion will be able to come around on this angle, and you can see that Omariti might just be right behind, but they're just about avoiding each other at every time. Prophet is going to move and change positions and might be expecting Mysterion to push through this position now. He's looking behind, he's looking for the information, doesn't quite see them just as they push on in, and now finally gets that information away. You can see that Mysterion is trying to get aggressive and in, but Omariti, the time is ticking till Mysterion just goes down. Sorry, that's Ego Peak. Ego Peak is playing Omen this map, but Reading Knights nonetheless with a fantastic round there to be able to pick that one up, and it's all off of the back of Matty here as he just shuts it out, gets the 4K as well with this spray here, and well, unfortunately taken out at the very end of it.
So close to getting that 5th kill, but unfortunately won't grab it. But Reading starting to now put the fight back into Warwick. Obviously, a 4K can't happen every single round, but it looked much better here from Reading, winning those duels, using the power to fight back against Warwick, but it's far from over. This is going to be Warwick once again trying to grab control over this bomb site, putting a lot of utility onto grabbing control over A. Reading, they need to be ready because Warwick, they are looking for these duels all the time, and someone like Mysterion has their ult ready and will definitely be looking to come in with that Blaze Storm and put all those 5 knives into the body of Reading.
Omariti and Prophet holding this angle in tandem. The Mysterion looking to maybe try and use the zipline to get on in, but I think that'd be a bit of a mistake. They're going to flash, they're going to smoke, they're going to look for everything here. The push is coming on through, and they do manage to smoke off Omariti. The call will likely come through. That's a freebie! Looking for a little bit more! The Habakus takes down Prophet, and they finally rid themselves of Omariti after a brief pause there. Alarm bot gives away some information. Ego Peak puts the smoke down. Fornic is still going to be able to get that plant down, and this is such a beautiful position to be in if you're Warwick Direwolves. 3 versus 4. Reading Knights looking to push in and claim back some of this territory, but Ego Peak, he might get in at the perfect time, doesn't quite manage to pick that player off. That could have been huge here, but, well, Reading Knights are still in with a chance. They're trying to contest, but Fornic says no, and, well, you're not going to be able to get away with any of that. Matty will claim the 1 frag, and maybe is looking for that little bit more. I think just wants to find these kills here rather than anything else. Trying to bait out some of these players, wants to get the shots on them. There's the paranoia, but it is not going to work. Oh my god, he gets away with that because he ports behind the enemy player. Fornic, I actually want you to tell me your secret, because you do plays that do not make sense to me, and yet they still manage to work.
Fornic has been so amazing in this series overall, having a bit of a harder time in this game, but still coming in clutch when needed. Now here in this last round before we swap over, Warwick Direwolves, they're gonna have everything that they could want. They have plenty of money, they have all the weapons, all the armor. We can't say the same for Reading, so they definitely have to pull something out of the hat right here to make sure that they don't lose this round, because Warwick, they're giving them a fight for their money. They're looking to put this into 6 versus 6 Rook. And that would look so uncharacteristic compared to how this game right here started out.
So you can see it coming down. Killjoy dropping that ultimate, setting them up for this opportunity, and well, they've made great usage of abilities so far. As you said last round in this half, they're going to make things happen. Mysterion just dashes on in, doesn't get any information, tries to catch that cross, but it's Stun who finishes them off. A bit more damage, but Juma clears up Mysterion, and the plant goes down. Bahabicus even getting aggressive and denies the lockdown of that Killjoy. Big stuff here as he manages to stop that all-important ultimate, which would have been a go signal for the Warwick Direwolves here. Sorry, for the Reading and Knights here. Warwick Direwolves are down a player, so this could be the frags they need, but unfortunately, Bahabicus and Welland come alive. Bahabicus finally falls, but it's the Stinger, which is, well, not going to be so helpful at these longer ranges that they're obviously going to have to contest. When, however, is pushing up from behind and will likely just clean this one on up. Doesn't even give themselves away. This is a dead player and a half, and, well, probably two. Brilliant stuff from Wen there. And 6-6 half. I actually think Warwick Direwolves must be pretty happy with themselves going into this
Switching side.
Absolutely, it just couldn't have been better. They started out by losing so many rounds in a row, and then they made an amazing comeback once they realized that, oh wait, we're the team that's supposed to play aggressive, that's how we win rounds, and then they just continued to go from there. In this last round, Van coming in with that huge flank definitely won it for them, but now this is a all-important round right here. If Reading can win this pistol 1, they're sure to start making this comeback, but if Warwick, they win this one, honestly, they will just continue to regain their confidence. They'll continue to make their step back into this series, because right now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2-0. Warwick, they have everything to lose. They can't afford to hold back. They have to give it 110%, or else they're just going to lose this entire series and this grand final.
Well, this is, again, well up against it. Mysterion tries to find those shots, but Prophet proves that they are the top Jet player in this server and takes them down with aplomb, continuing to push on into the site. There's a hell of a lot of angles they could easily get contested from, but they continue to make this happen. Brilliant play again, using this Viper wall to set them up for these opportunities. Fornic with the shorty wants to try and catch these players off guard, but Prophet is right in this backline. He needs to catch it, does take down Prophet, does take down Wen here, and now is right in this backline. A nice opportunity if it weren't for Fornic with that shorty there. You can see Matty is just moved onto this A site as they tried to contest, and what a brilliant bait. Reading Knights get on in with only 2 frags, and, well, they're not even pushing onto the site, they got those frags on. Warwick Direwolves thrown for a loop.
And Warwick Direwolves, they have to make this retake. They don't know where anyone from Reading they are. I'll finally spotting Eagle Peak, but Eagle Peak being able to put a few bullets into the face right there of Stun ultimately going down here, and Warwick, this is such a tough spot to be in. Jamer putting down the poison, you just can't do anything. It was 3 versus 4 and you had no idea where they were, you had no information, so a super good round from Reading, a really good post and as well, and ultimately Prophet, I feel like, was one that really opened up this round right here, because they dragged everyone from Warwick over towards B, forced them to go over there and respond to just a single player. Had Prophet gone down early on, had Prophet not found those kills, Warwick surely would have responded much faster and better to A once that push had come in.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff there. And Reading Knights A with a very solid round on the whole. Impressed with how they managed to pull that off. And again, they often read what Warwick Direwolves are bringing to the table. Prophet moves on through here, wants to try and catch this off guard, but this shorty is going to make short work of him. Mysterion strikes back, gets that Spectre in tow, and must be pretty darn proud of himself after that one. Stun tries to contest in mid with a classic. Not sure what the theory behind that was, but, well, Reading Knights strike back and still have a massive advantage in terms of weaponry. You can see they're just rotating towards that A site. The Killjoy has managed to sneak up into mid here, and, well, the execute's going to come on through. Habicus is wide open to that push from the Killjoy player, and, well, this should be pretty darn quick to finish off. But Habicus actually falling to Ego Pick, and Matty taking some damage as he went for that long rotate here. Fornic going to move on in with the shorty. but won't find anyone at this position. Might catch some of these low health players off guard, but it's going to be those smokes that are all important here as Mysterion is trying to finish some of these players on, and it's Fornic again who makes those aggressive plays and gets the frags when it's necessary. Warwick Direwolves want to keep contesting this, but it's going to be difficult. There are too many players too far back. You can see the push is going to come on through very, very soon. The turret gives away a lot of information here. They want to try and defuse, but Matty just easily takes him out. Fornic not respecting the fact that that nanoswarm was waiting there. Matty giving away their position when holding that defuse, but killed by all of the utility coming their way. And Reading Knights, again, using abilities to full effect and shutting down those attempts by Warwick Direwolves.
It's looking really good here from Reading, and I'm also really impressed by their patience in these post-plans, because they continue to just hold their position back. They don't run in once they see Warwick coming through. They play it patiently. They make sure to allow Warwick to overextend, to show themselves, and to allow Reading then to punish their opponents once they come in for that defuse. Now Warwick, they have weapons. They're only behind 2 rounds, so ultimately it's not the end of the world, but they have to start winning these rounds right here. They have to start winning these duels, and already they're not really giving them a chance to do so. They're just running in here, but Fornic obviously grabbing up Profit. Won't grab up Morris. Eagle Peak takes down Fornic.
Does actually set up for Omoriti going down here to Habacus.
But won't be more as Matty comes in.
Yeah, good stuff there to be able to find the frag. And, well, Warwick Direwolves continue on their ability to refrag in these positions. Mysterion trying to contest does have that Vandal, but contesting this angle is going to be so difficult. The push is going to come on in from multiple different positions, but he finds the 2K! What a magical play here from Mysterion! And they just ripped that round away from Reading Knights, and you were asking for them to take something, and, well, Mysterion delivers. I remember being told by Prophet that when Mysterion pops, and well, Warwick Direwolves prove that to a T.
Absolutely. Reading, they came on to this bomb site, but it just all fell apart, and Mysterion able to take down Eagle Peak and Maddie, who line up right there, and taking down Jama as well. It looked like such a good post plan once again from Reading after they pulled back and made sure to not give Warwick any space to work with, and then just come in once they came in. But, you know, if you can continue to do or play like that here from Mysterion, then it's not too bad.
Really isn't it? If he can just keep on making that happen, and Wen can continue to put up these frags, Warwick Direwolves might still have a chance here as well. And, well, this is such a great map for them to be able to pick up. Again, Ascent really could be theirs, and Reading Knights not feeling so prepared on a map which absolutely was their pick, and not be... and the fact that they're not able to convert it is, well, as brutal as Warwick Direwolves obviously not picking up that previous split. But Juma, playing aggressive, wants to try and deny this. Fornic playing up this close angle, but at range, they're always going to take him down. Well played by Reading Knights, but they trade back 1 for 1, and, well, taking stun off the board is very solid, and a nice frag to allow them access onto one of these sites.
Taking down Prophet is also really good here from Warwick Direwolves. Prophet has been so clutch in so many rounds here from Reading tonight. And with 42 seconds left to go, Reading, they absolutely need their strongest player, because taking down Jama. Now suddenly, Eagle Peak is the only player that's standing, but running in there, really, really good. Actually, sorry, not last player standing, as Omoriti as well, but 2 versus 2, and Mysterion is in the right position, winning up 1. That's already going down, and now suddenly Spike Carrier is dead. 18 seconds rather left to go, and Eagle Peak is the last player standing.
Yeah, Eagle Peak expecting to see a player above, but it's not coming, and he's wide open. Mysterion shuts that down, and again, providing those frags that are necessary for Warwick Direwolves to pick that one up. Reading Knights looking very flawed right now.
Yes, they are. Reading Knights, they're looking like a team who doesn't really have a plan to follow. It feels like once they move on to a bomb site, or they decide to go for a bomb site, rather they just move in as individuals and they don't really follow a plan. Warwick and coming in with their good aim are just doing such a good job at keeping Reading Knights down. And now it's 8-8. Warwick pretty happy with the way things are going on their opponent's map pick.
This is gonna
Now,
be fun.
honestly, with Warwick playing this so well, I'd imagine that we could see Warwick picking this up and making Reading fight for the grand finalist title and the victor title, rather.
Absolutely, and when continuing to find these frags wherever
Beautiful.
they can. Absolutely fantastic stuff yet again. And, well, Reading Knights just getting stopped at every angle. Fornic going to teleport away here to not get completely cut off there. And sensible stuff from him. And not actually baiting this time. We've seen a lot of baiting from these Omens with that teleport, and doesn't go for it at all. It's really nice to see that from him on the whole. And, well, again, Reading Knights put a stop to, and they just can't push on in here. That's the way they feel. They're going to put down that wall and try and execute off of it, but they've still got some time to work with. 50 seconds on the clock now. Well, they're only going to really have to deal with Wen, but we've seen how difficult that can be.
Ben has been so important in these games so far. Definitely the MVP of the first game as well. Here we go, coming in here, Maddie going down. Wen won't be able to get more, so Reading goes down as well. 3 versus 4. The time is running out. Reading, they have to start moving and they have to lock this down now. Spike initiating, Spike getting planted. Most plan is now all here for Reading. It's 3 versus 4. They have the advantage because they can pull back. So this ought to be their round.
Abacus pops that ultimate, and you can see it comes right back. They're teleported into behind. This could be huge from Ego Peak here. They're trying to defuse. They're trying to push aggressively. Ego Peak attempts to try and deny this here, but they push on in. The frags come thick and fast, and Warwick shut them down yet again. This is just Reading Knights not being able to win any of these duels, and Warwick Direwolves capitalize on it so done well.
Absolutely, Rook. And even though I say Reading Knights, they ought to win that one. Warwick, they've shown us that they are good at aiming, so they just rush in together as a team. They lock down all those players from Reading Knights, and well, Reading Knights, they're finding themselves behind for, well, the first time in this game. Not good for Reading Knights, and, well, we've seen them make a comeback before, but with the way they're playing right now, they have to figure out how to deal with Warwick, because they right now have no single answer.
Sooner rather than later, because right now their economy is looking rather difficult, and if Warwick string together just a couple more rounds, it could all be over. Reading Knights need to figure out what they're going to do here and, well, execute on it quickly, because so far we see some good rounds for them, and we see some absolutely dire rounds for them, because they just haven't looked to be on the same page, and haven't looked like they know this map at all.
Prophet. Moving into good position, but Fornic is ready, taking down Prophet. Reading Knights, we've seen that before here from Prophet, where they go in, they pull away everyone from Warwick, and they fake it over towards B, where the rest of Reading, they move in to A. That's what we're starting to see here as well, but Habakus going down, super exposed as well. Now Mysterian, next player to look out for, won't be able to get up there, but Showstopper coming in, I'm ready, not able to land anyone, but Reading Knights say they can plant this one, and they are in a good position, but Warwick, they're coming in, and, well, with some good aims and utility, they're starting to take down their opponents. They can't move all the way in here, though.
Yeah, Killjoy coming down. That's going to be massive. Will Juma be able to hold this position? Has to move out of that ultimate for a second. Try and deny it here. Wants to let that ultimate stay up, but also doesn't want to get caught out by this Killjoy. Knows how important that could be. Gets detained. The worst of both worlds here. They won't be able to get back in time, and Wen just gets to defuse. Reading Knights investing ultimates to try and confirm there, and it continually just falls on the wrong side for them. I have to ask what's going on here.
They're looking confused, they're looking, well, not that great anymore, Rook, and, well, in that round they had to secure that, spending all those ults to make sure that they got that round. Simply can't be acceptable when you then don't get that round, but obviously when coming in with a super good Killjoy ult, just stop them dead in their tracks, and, well, Warwick, they're looking to put us to a third game, they're looking to take us all the way over to Ascent, which is their map pick, and, well, and looking to go all the way to a full 5 games. Rook, I'm quite excited to see this happen, especially to see Warwick not getting stomped all the way in this game. That could have been the very end, but already planting the bomb already. Reading Knights, they're putting the pressure onto Warwick, but obviously no weapons really to work with. Warwick, they're just cleaning house.
Absolutely are. Warwick Direwolves absolutely scrubbing Red Knights A right now, as they just continually cannot find a lot of these frags. Matty finds one, but it's only one. And Juma in a difficult position isn't even able to find that. I thought they were really going to be able to find stun there, but Red Knights A continuing running away with a lot of these rounds, and you see the bomb go down, but they just can't hold these post-bomb situations. Red Knights getting out-aimed, purely.
Yes, they are, and on top of that, Warwick, they're just giving Reading Knights no chance at locking down those bomb sites. There's no utility that can be placed by Reading when Warwick, they're already on that bomb site, so like Rook, they're just making sure to hammer towards Reading as well. But now, that's 5 defuse in a row here from Warwick, so Reading, they're getting that bomb plant, but they're not getting that post plant as you're talking about. And 2 more rounds would then make sure that Warwick, they stay competitive.
Absolutely. T. Pushing up with that Spectre. Will he be able to find a frag this round? Because they can find that opening frag, maybe they can make something happen, but I want to reiterate, that is a very big maybe, because right now these guys just don't seem to be on the same page. Ego Peak actually, I think, exposed themselves there. Mysterion finds Prophet as they try to make something aggressive happen, but I honestly think this defensive round, being as disastrous as it was for Reading Knights, is not doing them any favors. Ego Peak finds the frag, and there's a lot of utility expended there, but they still can't convert that into anything more. And they have no site control. There's still a minute left on the clock to work towards that, but on the whole, Reading Knights just not feeling super comfortable in this game.
They have time left to start to rotate around. Warwick obviously having information as well. Mysterion rather, with that operator grabbing up a kill onto Maddie, able to rotate back then. Can hold their own, but already takes down Mysterion, so won't be able to stop them from getting onto B now. 3 versus 3. Might just be 2 versus 3 as Reading has no health left on that Omen.
30 seconds left.
Ego Peak super low. And Spike just about to get planted, but Ego Peak is in such a good position. Could catch someone here if they rotate around, but Habakus wanted to look for that one, and Ven actually is the one to clear that out. Now this is a 2 versus 3, and ults, they're coming in here from Warwick.
Yeah, very sensibly so. They're investing a lot of utility here to try and deny this. Ports on in. Fornic just ports in front of a flashed and nearsighted Juma. Wants to go for the ultimate, but doesn't manage to land it. Omariti trying a little bit too hard, and well, the defuse will come on through. Warwick Direwolves. They just running away with this game. Reading Knights cannot seem to be up to snuff.
Reading Knights. We've seen them in this position before, Rook, so we can't count them out, but compared to how it looked towards the end of the first game, Reading, they were the ones making that comeback. They were the ones looking much better and starting to really turn things around. Warwick, now here, they are looking like a team that I just don't see them losing the momentum that they build up for themselves. They're looking so good. They have everything in the bag, more or less, and they just need one more round. Obviously, as I said, we've said that before, but I do feel very confident in saying that Warwick, they should be continuing. They have such a good duel, and they just, they have such a good aim, and they just need that one more round. Mysterion starting it out by taking down Prophet. So close to taking down one more, but Habakus won't be able to get anyone as he dies, and now I'm ready. Starting to put the pedal to the metal.
Diaz Omariti finding those frags that are necessary. They're going to be able to get the spike down, and they're in a post-plant situation. But how many times have we seen this from Reading Knights? They can get onto the site, that's not a question. They've really been able to do that. It's what comes after. It just looks really disappointing. You can hear that coming on through. Wen takes down Ego Peak, and, well, you can see he's done. Looking for that frag there, wants to make things happen, but cannot get the good predict. Give themselves away, and Matty finds that frag. Diffuser just goes on through, and Reading Knights not contesting any of these rounds, and that was honestly one of the most disappointing fire streaks of defusers coming through there. Reading Knights, they just not seeming to be awake in those post-plant situations and not playing to them effectively. They tried to play off-site, they tried to play on-site, and none of them worked. Warwick Direwolves absolutely destroying towards the end of that map as they seem to have Reading Knights' number.
They allowed Reading Knights to grab up control over those bomb sites continually, but they never allowed Reading Knights to really lock down that bomb site. Even though they got the spike planted, they just made sure to go in immediately and not allow them to get the utility down as well. So Rook, we're going to a third map, and honestly, I'm excited to see that because Warwick, they're starting to come alive.
They absolutely are. Warwick are on the rise. Will they be able to bring this series back to tie? Well, we'll find out on Ascent, which we're going to see right after this break.
They are free to roam above the sea, and their story stays with me like a haunting melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in a darker day? What do spirits say? When the mist is all gone, there's something inside the water. Don't know where they're coming from. They are free to roam above the sea, and their story stays with me like a haunting melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in a darker day? What do spirits say? I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm done with yesterday.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Newell Valorant University Tournament Winter 2020 Grand Finals. We are here for our third game between Reading Knights A and Warwick Dire Wolves. And frankly, a map that after that game one I didn't think we'd be seeing. But Warwick Dire Wolves have a corker of a performance over on Icebox, and Reading Knights A were nowhere to be found.
I completely agree with you, Ollie. I imagined that Reading Knights, they would win that map as well. It was their map pick. They looked very confident coming out of the end of Split. But now, Warwick Dire Wolves, they refound their spirit. They figured out that while Reading Knights are super good at planning the bomb, they are having a harder time locking down those bomb sites. So if they just allow them to get that bomb in, but push onto them immediately, then they can win those rounds. And now looking to continue that on to Ascent, which is going to be our, well, again, potentially last map, but it's Warwick Dire Wolves' pick, so they should be very confident moving into this one.
Well, we said that for the first map, didn't we?
We did.
We did think Split was going to be very heavily favoured them and then just barely taken out by Reading Knights. But Warwick Dire Wolves found their footing in that second game, and really we could find ourselves anywhere in the next setup, because I mean both teams very capable of taking this map, and I think Ascent only 13-10 in favor of Warwick the last time these teams played it. Now that they're back on a more standard map, I don't know, maybe actually we find that Reading are more suited to these standard maps in a situation where we actually expect them to be not quite so successful, be more successful on that Icebox. It seems like change necessarily isn't their friend, and we've seen them on the set before. They can definitely have good games. I'm excited to see how they back themselves up against Warwick Dire Wolves, who generally tote Haven to be their best map, and the fact that they took it last time certainly adds gravitas to that statement.
Completely right, Rook, but this is a quick agent, getting confused about those games right there. But Rook, a quick pick right here coming in. Teams once again running with those standard ones. A Prophet on that Jet. Reyna coming in here from Savage once again. Quite interesting to see Jeremiah going back to that Reyna pick. I feel like that was the one that worked the best as well. Not quite convinced about Viper coming in and doing too much work this time around from Jema.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see it taken away. I mean, the Viper was solid. It had some legs, but in the end, I didn't feel like it was particularly fantastic over on Icebox, and they didn't really execute it very well. I think the main problem was that they couldn't really win those post-plant situations, and oftentimes when it came down to those 1v1s and those angels that are so prominent on Icebox, Warwick just had them beat. It didn't really matter what utility they had, they weren't able to make it happen. Now, we see a little bit of a return as well towards more standard things, but Habakus bringing out that Brimstone, which we haven't seen in a while. Not a lot of teams really bringing that anymore.
No, that's right, but I do like Brimstone as well, coming in with a lot of utility, and in particular I like that Orbital Strike, because it can really pressure a team when we're going into those post-planned situations. And when we're talking about some bomb sites that are so small, it's not like there are a widespread area, that orbital strike can really come in effect.
Yeah. Would be absolutely fantastic, and it's really good on this map as well, as you said, because there's not many positions to really take with. I'm surprised that they got away with just taking out that, but the Leah giving them the space to do so, position given away, all 5 of the members now given away. Omariti has moved into position, but unfortunately is caught a little off guard. Stun takes down Matty, and Omariti just about manages to survive. Over on this Sova now, trying to use those shock darts to great effect, but so far Warwick Direwolves haven't dropped a player in this position, so they've gotten away with a lot of work here. Stun and try and peek out, but backs off as they know the push is coming on through. Not a lot of time left. That diffuser is ticking down. Ego Peak is going to have to be that little bit careful. Gets rid of the alarm bot. We know the Nanostorm is waiting in the wings. Ego Peak takes some damage, but just about manages to survive. It's 3 versus 4 as the push is coming on in, but Stun stands up. He is counted here as he just takes it down 3, and it's Omariti versus these last remaining members, and Warwick Direwolves pick up round 1 here on Ascent.
Warwick Direwolves didn't have to spend a lot of utility on getting onto that bomb site, so they could spend it all locking down those 2 sides onto that B side, making sure that Reading would have a super hard time getting onto that bomb site and defusing that spike. So a good round here from Warwick, a good start from them. Let's see if they can keep it up, coming in with weapons here against only pistols from Reading. If Reading they can win a few of these duels, if they can find a few kills, it would look super good for them.
Absolutely. It would be fantastic. But so far, Warwick Direwolves just leveraging that aim duel and continuing to put the pressure on. I really want to see Warwick Direwolves Reading Knights play a little bit more around that utility and then try and deny those pushes. But we saw Warwick Direwolves grouped up as 5, pushed onto the site, and then it was easy pickings from there. Juma waiting around this corner with that shorty. We know how impactful this can be, but Mysterion, he's expecting some kind of push. They know they are the team who also on this sort of thing, but a bit of damage, but Fornic proves he's the #1 top dog with that shotgun. Prophet is waiting in the corner, takes down 1, finally falls to that push on through yet again. Fornic finds that frag, and, well, Omariti can get aggressive as well. Barely doesn't jump on through, but that right click puts them hella low. It is, however, 2 versus 4, and Reading Knights' opportunities are, well, slim to none.
It's going to be very hard without any weapons to get onto this bomb side. Omariti going down, and Maddie ultimately dies as well. Only getting 1 kill isn't exactly the success story that Reading they were looking for. And honestly, Mysterion played this so well, going in as the first player, having the possibility to immediately dash over to the side with that tailwind, made sure that they just wouldn't go down and the rest of the team could clean up. So Warwick playing this smart. Now Reading, they have weapons, so let's see if they can stop Warwick dead in their tracks, or if Warwick they're just going to continue hammering at their opponents in this third map.
Absolutely. Warwick Direwolves so far looking to make these aggressive plays happen, and while they've really been able to capitalize off of it, Reading Knights need to put a stop to that momentum. Do not let them win this bonus round, otherwise things could go so badly so quickly. Reading Knights, you need to show that you can stand up to this, because so far you just haven't. And you've been a little bit lackluster in every round so far, and just haven't been able to make any of these frags happen where really you should have been, especially in that very first pistol round. Juma finds the first frag onto Wen, and that bodes well. This could be their big opportunity as they are now a player up, but you see the smokes, you see the utility coming on through, the execute, well, it's coming on down. Ego Peak trying to get that spray and get some damage on through, but doesn't find any of those marks, and Warwick Direwolves even put Mysterion up into this position. They want to play aggressive, they want to get up and in your face. Matty turns away, the smoke comes on through. Mysterion just about gives away their position. They're going to push through this, and Matty was waiting inside. Brilliant play by Omariti. Find that frag there, and they clean this on up. You can see that final remaining player. That'll be it, and a flawless round from Reading Knights. That's exactly what I wanted to see.
That's also what they needed. That means that ultimately they're going to lose no weapons. They won't have to spend any more to buy up in the next one. So Reading Knights coming in and looking much better here. This is how we need to see them go. You work together as a team, move in as a unit. Broken. I feel like a lot of information was gained from Omeredi's Sova. I'm a big fan of Sova here on this map, because you can gain so much utility with that recon bolt. And especially when you continue to put Omeredi over towards that B side, it means that you can grab information about what's going to happen over there. Omeredi got that in the last round and could ultimately say, okay, we're probably seeing something over towards A, which helped the rest of the team make sure that they were ready for the push coming in from Direwolves.
You do what? It's done. That's been popping off so far in this Reyna on this ascent. It's a good look for them. Warwick want to make hard use of that and continue to put them at the front as their open fragger. They have 2 layers still in the bank, so a lot of utility to work with right now, and we've been seeing a lot of great Reyna play so far this series. If you continue to have that impact, Reyna is looking like one of those power picks, at least in UK Valorant right now. UK University Valorant, sorry.
Well, for sure. I'm ready. No, someone is hiding inside B main, because that recon bolt got destroyed immediately, so it's ready for this push. 2 players standing over here. I'm ready. Ready for this one.
Stun takes down Prophet. A good early pick. Omeredi wants to find this one here. He's covering the angle. Takes down one. Doesn't find the second. Wen gets that refrag, but Juma is on the job before Mysterion finally finishes them. Warwick are ahead of that player yet again. And Reading cannot seem to properly hold these. They are down a player, pushing on in on the retake. This is just 100% not where they want to be. Again, not able to find the frags they need to. Even when they're trading out, they always seem to come down to the last. And, well, Matty does get that frag onto Mysterion. They can close this out. It's very possible they're going to drop into position, but they could easily get flanked here. Knowing that there's going to be a player in this position. No, Fornic takes him off the board. And Warwick Direwolves put another on the bank and continue with a strong start on this attacking side.
They needed to stop their opponents right there as well, force them to buy up weapons. Rook, it's looking really good here from Warwick. I love what we're seeing from them. They are not giving Reading a chance to take this game down a pace, to play it slower. But now with Prophet grabbing up an Operator, going full glass cannon as well. Prophet might just be super aggressive and be what we need to see. Because we know Prophet always loves to play super aggressive with that Operator. Spots the Killjoy over towards B main. My god, that kill, it will indeed. Wen goes in, and honestly, Omeredi, such a good fake right there. Going in, putting down some bullets, then Wen just thought, okay, this is clear, I can move in.
Yeah, Mysterion, looking for this opportunity, is very much up and ready to do that. Hasn't made their move yet. Matty is still watching from above with this camera. He's going to give that information. The rotate will come almost instantaneously. Smokes going towards mid. And that might give some space to stun to make this push here. You can see that the dash actually comes on through, and I think they heard that. They're actually expecting that dash away. And now maybe Reading Knights just rotate back on over to this B site. I really want to see them do this. They have the information. Why hasn't it come on through?
Now we do see them moving in here, but I'm sure that they are just waiting for Prophet to make that call. Prophet misses the initial shot, moving out of there, but Juma comes in, grabs up that 1 kill onto Pahabicus. Means that it's suddenly a 3 versus 5. Make that 2 versus 5. Ego Peak grips that kill, and then stun. Last remaining member here alongside Focus. Phonic rather. Phonic won't stay alive for long. 1 versus 5. Reading Knights, they're starting to fight back right here, and they're looking much better when they're doing so. Really working together as a team, but this is again a map where they are the ones that are allowed to really set that pace, and it's just looking wonders for them when they are allowed to do so.
Flawless.
Well played by Reading there, and well, when they do win a round, it seemingly is flawless, but these early picks were the things that really made the difference there. Prophet finds that shot, takes down Wen, and continues that pressure on. I really thought that that molly was going to end Prophet there, but he just about manages to survive through that. And it's really this, just these executes back on an Ego Peak, finding these frags across the board for the team. That's where Reading Knights need to be. They need to be able to get at these kills in these positions and actually make these retakes happen and punish Warwick Direwolves as they move on in. We've seen too many rounds where no one's punished as they're executing onto a site. And there should absolutely be a frag going in favor of defenders there. I really feel like that way.
I completely agree with you, Rook, that those early kills were so important because it allowed Reading to slow the game down. But now talking about slowing the game down, Mysterion not wanting to do that, already moving in here with that Blaze Storm, but Prophet not in a position to be punished unless they move too far forward right here. Only with that Operator just hiding behind that smoke. Could definitely be punished, but Blaze Storm moving in, wanting to go on to B.
Yeah, tries to get in aggressive. Mysterion doesn't find the frag, but Stun certainly does. Juma off the board, and with all of those smokes, all of that utility going towards that position, it will be able to get this spike on down. Ego Peak opens on up, and Fornic is just waiting in the wings. Smoke comes on through, and Fornic is going to actually ult away. That's so interesting to see there.
Fornic deciding to get away, going in for that full flank. And I like this strategy, meaning that suddenly Reading, they have to deal with two different fronts, and Fornic is doing such a good job at distracting Reading from this, taking down Prophet when takes down Amoretti as well. So Reading Knights, they're getting pulled apart from every single direction, and Eagle Peak last player standing will go down, but such a good decision here from Fornic to move all the way to the backside. Forced their opponents to then deal with those two fronts, and just there was too much pressure for Reading to deal with.
Okay, I appreciate that Fornic, like, what he was trying to do there, but the only reason he's able to win that there is an easy shot from Prophet is completely whiffed. Prophet really should have been finding that one, and Fornic should have been off the board. I don't think it matters regardless. I think Reading Knights A really struggled to make that retake, but Fornic should not have gone away with that. He needs to stop getting away with these things, because if I do that in my rank game, I just, like, don't hit. Because he took a long time to find those frags, and like Prophet here, who just jumps on in, and Mysterion is down.
And Prophet wanting to get a bit of revenge from missing that shot work, but you're absolutely right. A sniper like Prophet should be able to land all of those shots, especially when Fornic was so exposed, but obviously it was high pressured. There was so much, well, they were all depending on, let's put it that way, on Prophet to win that duel. And, well, that's a lot of pressure that you have to deal with. And Prophet apparently not able to deal with that pressure in that situation. But now, coming back, picking up that first kill. Warwick, they're put back. They don't push that far forward. And that means that Reading, they now have control and they are in the driver's seat.
Obviously, Reading Knight continue to try and spread themselves around to catch some of these players off guard, but again, not putting enough players towards this B site. This is going to be easy to open up. Matty is going to be caught off guard, and, well, with these smokes, I don't think they care about the cyber cage. They're just going to push on in. You see it come on out. You see the pushes start to come on through. The smokes are going to fully lock out this site. They rotate into the back. Omoruti finds Wen. That's a big one. And they have the Hunter's Fury. If this push comes on through, Matty finds Habacus. That is huge. Stun is now alive, but his position given away by that vital stream. Fornic is the only one left, and they make it happen. I really didn't think Reading Knights were ever going to get that one, but just as I stopped believing in them, that's when they come alive.
We can't stop believing in Reading Knights, even though they didn't look that good on Icebox. They're starting to, well, at least come a bit more live here on Ascent. Good rounds all around here from Reading Knights, and again, it comes down to them getting that early kill, because when they get that early kill, Warwick, they just can't push too far forward. They're set back a bit, they have to rethink their strategy, and that allows Reading Knights to gather their nerves and really just make sure that they get, well, everything going for themselves, and Warwick Direwolves just can't afford to lose those players then.
Absolutely. Warwick Direwolves continuing to put that pressure on. They're pushing on through as a duo, and Fornic just finds Juma free. Stun shuts down Ego Peak, and one of those kills should have gone over. They just made nothing happen. Prophet managed to slip out of the site undetected, and well, the push onto the site actually hasn't come. He might still be able to stop this. Omoruti holding the angle, but Stun continues to put that pressure on. The big stuff. Nice spray here. Matty wants to find this frag, but does finish off the Habacus here. They're trying to push him aggressively. He's being held from multiple different angles. Does not kill Wen. Will Prophet be able to find this all-important frag as the spike heads towards B? I think he's just looking for the damage here. That's all he wants. The economy could be enough for him, but he slips past him, and Fornic has given up that position. He might get the big flank here, but he's just expecting someone to be pushing more towards that A site. They have no idea where Prophet really is.
They do not. Prophet fortunately has to ult. If they wanted to, could go ham. Prophet is already on this B1. It's going to be only 1 versus 2. Grabbing up the first one. Grabbing no more than that. Mysterion getting that kill onto Prophet, but that could have been so good here for Prophet. Had they been able to grab that second kill as well, everything would have just been about Phonic and Prophet. And Prophet, I mean, would have had the upper hand simply because they knew that Phonic would not be on that bomb site.
Yeah, really solid stuff there from Mysterion to be able to find those frags again and again. And Prophet was in such a good spot to actually find that round. Nearly took it, but not quite enough. And well, the operator coming out for them, and now Warwick Direwolves up against that. So far, they've seemed very adept at taking it down. They try and use the Hunter's Fury to finish some of these players on, but doesn't hit a single shot here. And instead, almost hits their teammate, Omariti, not finding a massive amount of usage from that Hunter's Fury there. Matty is waiting in the wings, though, and this could be a big spray down. Takes down Mysterion, gives away his position, does take down another, and gets taken down finally by stun here. That Leah does force him off position, but Omariti is still waiting in the wings. Will he be able to get this? He just ports on in, and Phonic, you need to stop doing that, my friend, as that is, well, not quite the round, but 11 HP for Bahabicus, and well, it's going to take something exceedingly special to be able to win this one out, giving away his position. Almost taken down there, does get finished in the very end by Ego Peak, and Reading Knights keeping up with their Warwick Direwolf counterparts.
Right now we are just changing rounds every single round, more or less. It feels like Warwick win 1, Reading they win 1. So it's not like anyone is really coming out that far ahead, Rook. But that does mean that right now Reading, they are making sure to stay competitive. And you can see right there on that scoreboard that like the last 7 rounds have just gone back and forth. So no one is starting to develop that lead. But if Reading they were to win this one, they would have won 2 rounds in a row and made it completely even here. 5-5, and they would really want that here against Warwick. It's their map pick. And, well, putting a bit of a spoke into the wheel here against Warwick on their map pick would definitely give Reading a bit more confidence to work. Prophet starts out well, but oh my god, Spots, well, and even more. Perhaps not the kill. That's a spy carrier killed. That's a huge problem here from Warwick.
Yeah, and they're down to 2 players now as well. They're going to have to push on into this. The Leia forces stun back, and when is that going to be that key player with the rifle? Looking to finish one of these players off. Their alarm bot is taken from the board, and 55 seconds. They're going to start trying to make this play back on. Wen puts himself on the other side of this and gets that frag onto Juma. Brilliant stuff there, and just opens the wall back on up. Stun is given away. Position completely open, but no punish yet. I like that we're seeing more defensive play from Reading Knights right now because they know they have the spike. They know that Warwick Direwolves, they have to come to them. So they just play around that spike and let it
30
happen.
seconds
It's easy to close down this position, and it's going to take some pretty spectacular stuff to be able to win this one out. Wen going on the runaround as the Killjoy goes down and tries to force some of these players out. But you can see Sophie just waiting there for that little bit longer. Attacker Killjoy and Defender Killjoy, same time. Stun steals away Matty, and they might have enough time. They have to be quick. Wen needs to find these frags. He's given away. Will he go down? The Sova falls.
My god, no.
When will he stop? That's the question on everyone's lips.
Oh my god, Rogue. That was a round that Reading, they completely lost. They had everything in the bag there. They played so well, Prophet getting those early kills there, but Wen pulled it back out of nowhere with the help of that Vandal, just made so much work, and the ultimate right there forced everyone from Reading away. Reading, they had no idea that Wen went for the huge flank around. Honestly, that was so well played by Wen, and Wen just won that round on their own.
I think that is a veritable disaster for Reading Knights. It's your round, through and through. You even things up, you go 5-5, everything's looking all peachy, but no. Unfortunately, there is a worm in your peach, and, well, unfortunately, everything's now starting to feel a little bit fuzzy, and what do you do about this? You just get completely outplayed. You cannot hold those positions. You found fantastic frags at the start of that round, but it turns into nothing. Some good shock darts and a frag from Juma, but somehow they might still lose this.
Well, they definitely could. Reading, finding an early kill, Rook. That's what they've worked with in the past. That's when they've been looking the best, when they find those early kills, and then they can slow things down. Brimstone locking off those entrances. Now here, pistols in hand only for Reading. We're ready, however, with a Phantom. Hiding here in back B. Grabbing up one. Good start here. Can they find more? Jema able to find one as well. And I'm ready. Continues with the Habicus. Eagle Peak coming in from the side as well with the Bulldog. And that's more kills here from Reading. Another round from them as well. Last round before the swap, Rook. Will we again just see an exchange of rounds? Or will Reading make this completely even, moving in to the next half?
Reading better darn well win this. They are in such a good spot to do so. They're going to have a weapon advantage. They're in all the positions to have it. They have 4 ultimates on the board to Warwick's 2. Why wouldn't they win this? But every single time I've expected them to do so. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we've said that before about Reading, and they have thrown rounds before, so I wouldn't count them out, but still, I wouldn't give them a 100% guarantee rate. Prophet in a good position. With that old Rook, this could come in huge here against Mysterion, who also has that ult, so it might just be 2 Blade Storms going up against each other.
Absolutely, Prophet in the wings with this one. Well, the committal come on through. You can see Warwick waiting for the opportunity. Mysterion wants to use the fact that they are going to be fast. Will Prophet find this shot? Does not. Mysterion takes him right off the board. And Warwick Direwolves, the opening frag. Ego Peak almost makes it happen there, but Stun just about survives. Brilliant stuff to be able to react to that. And, well, Warwick Direwolves are down up 8 player, but still 2 ultimates on either side. You can see that Reading Knights want to try and make that play for it, but Juma cannot even get a foot on this site. Omoruti playing aggressive, wants to catch them out, gets rid of the layer, deal with 2 players, deals with 1, but does not get the second. Stun shuts him down, and now, well, there's the Quantum Thief. He's looking for information. He opens the map on up, but doesn't know there's a player behind him. Didn't actually look at that. Can check that map, but the push won't come on through yet. They are waiting for it. There's the ultimate. They have all the time in the world to play with. Matty is going to cyber cage that off. He needs to hold it. He knows he needs to try and stick it to pick up this round, but Stun finds that 4th kill, and Reading Knights, yet again, with an advantage, cannot pick up these rounds. And they were on the defense. That really should have been theirs. And they come out of that defense with a negative situation. It all starts with Prophet dying here, and from there, well, it is just some really clean stuff from Warwick Direwolves. Ego Peak trying with some spicy stuff, but unfortunately Stun has had his fair share of spicy food.
And when you're losing players like this early on in a round, you have to then be sure that you win those duels when you go aggressive. Ego Peak had to get both of those players when they're pushing in so far, when they're exposing themselves to so much danger. So ultimately, Reading Knights, they lose another round, and, well, Rook, we're getting pretty damn close to Warwick Direwolves getting this back into the bag. We're just talking about, well, ultimately 6 more rounds, and they would have done it. It would look so good all in all. So, I mean, man, Warwick, if they win this pistol round, it's going to get so close here between them, getting to that match point against their opponents, Reading Knights.
Yeah, absolutely. Players had a little bit of a time up, but they're going to be ready to go now into the second half. And Reading Knights, they're down 2 rounds, but not out yet. We've seen some strong attacking sides from them before. Can they make it happen again? Well, I darn well hope so if they're going to be able to win this series. But last map favours them. But we've seen how favouring them has gone so far in this series. It seems like only when they're down can they ever pick up these rounds and these maps. And, well, they showed us some tenacious play in map 1, but honestly, some atrocious play since then. They'll need to step up their game and put their big carry pants on. They're going to be able to pick up this one at all. And, well, you can already see aggressive plays from Warwick Direwolves, and this seems to work out every time for them. They just have that exceedingly good aim that works every time.
They have
Right.
indeed Mysterion getting out of there. Mysterion winning against Prophet as well. Like, Warwick and Direwolves, they're playing so much with the fire and they're getting away with it every single time, Rogue. They play super aggressive, but they get those kills and they get the job done.
Absolutely. You'd think they were playing Phoenix, honestly, with the way they're playing with fire, but, well, they don't get burned. Unfortunately, it's absolutely Reading Knights who get singed here. Mysterion even takes down Ego Peak. Reading Knights dropping players like flies, and this is just not where they want to be. Yet again, Warwick Direwolves finding these opening frags and forcing them off these positions. The execute likely to come on through here, but Wen doesn't find that one miraculously, and now,
left.
well, Stun finds the frag regardless, and the right click isn't enough. Heals on through it, has too much HP, and Warwick Direwolves only lose one player in the process of picking up that pistol round. And Reading Knights A, again, looking pitiful.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all. Honestly, Reading Knights A, they've slowly fallen apart. We talked about how they were the favorites coming in to this best of 5 route, how they were the ones coming from that upper bracket, but Warwick Direwolves, while they might not have impressed us as much as, on that team aspect, well, like, they haven't looked as clean in some rounds as a team. The coordination that Reading Knights have shown in those rounds where they've been super good have been stellar, but they are super good at aiming, they're super good at those duels, and well, they're looking to take us to a 4th game, honestly. And I would not mind seeing Warwick go all the way there, because they have the raw skill. And, well, Reading Knights, they're not winning these duels against them, which they need to do. They need to step it up if they are to win this one. Now coming in here, Wen, not all alone. The push from Reading Knights super fast.
Wen gets some damage down and finishes off Matty with that Nano Swarm, pushing up aggressively. His Prophet wants to look for this opportunity here, but knows that if he pushes up, he could easily get picked off. Stun has been absolutely on his A game right now, and, well, Warwick Direwolves are, even in terms of players, and looking for this opportunity to push on in. Judge in Fornick's hands. You never know how the round's going to go. He's going to smoke things off and set up for their team to push on in. Prophet is down in this position. If he can catch it down onto Fornick, this is a big, but can not turn that into any more. Ego Peak gets a frag back onto Stun, and Omariti pushes through aggressively, but in the smoke, it is Mysterion who makes things happen. It's 1 versus 1. Ego Peak runs out of bullets. Can he make it happen here? He just needs a couple more. Doesn't win it out. Mysterion finds the frag. And Warwick Direwolves move to 9 as Reading Knights struggle to make anything happen.
That was so close here from Reading Knights. A much better post plan from them, holding those positions that they were in. Really well played by them, especially Prophet down here underneath. Made sure to at least get Fornick, but then they could not land those shots. Their aim was super far off. And at this point in time, Rogue, they're 4 rounds behind. It's starting to look really dire. They have to start winning these rounds, and, well, looking at the economy right here, they can't afford to buy up, so this will probably be Warwick Direwolves going up to 10 rounds, and thus being 5 rounds above Reading Knights A. And Reading Knights A, perhaps wanting to go all the way to a, another game and a 5th map, because, man, this is not looking good for them.
Yeah, looking rather rusty in those suits of armor. Reading Knights A unable to find a lot of these opening frags. Sorry, not of these late frags, which they really need to. And it's these crucial ones, not the opening frags, which set them ahead, not anything else that go. Oh my! Fornick, stop! This man is just abusing these poor little Reading Knights, and Warwick Direwolves yet again taking these advantages and absolutely running away with the Ego Peak in mid is the last remaining player here, but does find some good shots, but isn't enough.
Not far from enough, Rook. 10 rounds on the board. Warwick Direwolves, they just need a few more. They just need 3, and then we're done with this map, and hopefully we can then forget about it, because Reading Knights A, they've simply been asleep for this one. They haven't looked good at all. Now finally with weapons, and honestly this is really their last chance. They have to start winning now. If they lose this one, and even if they win it with only 1 player left standing, it will not be a success. They need to get rounds, and they need to build up their economy, and right now they're not really doing either.
This is the problem with peaking too early, right? Map 1.
Absolutely.
Reading Knights Bay put out of the bag. Like, they had no rights in winning map 1, and they make it happen. Here, rounds 2 and 3, I mean, 2 really should have been theirs. Icebox is a map that they told me that they were prepped for, that they were looking to potentially play here. They picked it up, where no one else would, to try and maybe catch the Warwick Direwolves off guard. But the fragging potential comes through and reigns supreme. Strategize all you like, you cannot outsmart Bullet, as Mysterion proves yet again as Prophet tries to push aggressively. Warwick Direwolves really seem to have their numbers now. They've said in previous maps that, wow, Reading Knights just have a really great macro read on what we want to do. They seem to know how we're going to make those plays every single time, and here it feels like it doesn't matter how well you're reading, as it's just Warwick Direwolves finding those frags time after time. Mysterion's looking for this one. Looking for the shot. Doesn't get the cross, but does back out. It's Ego Peak and Omariti who find those kills.
Good start here from Reading. They need to
30
win this
seconds
round,
left.
Rook. It's so important. We said it's the last chance, and Eagle Peak steps it up. But there's 3 players left standing here from Warwick. Abacus putting in some utility, trying to force anyone from coming, forcing anyone to come in from Market, to force them away. Stun grabs up Eagle Peak. Mysterion taking down Jama as well. And now it's 2 versus 3. Everyone standing at the back of B. We're already putting in some utility as well, trying to grab up some information, but won't grab anything. It's Mysterion grabbing up Maddie as well. And an important round from Reading that they lose. Oh my god, Rook. That was the last chance. Reading Knights, well, more like princesses, because right now, I mean, Knights, they know how to fight, and that is not what we're seeing from Reading Knights.
Oh man, this is just...
Yeah, I feel like that pretty much describes that round.
And the Reading Knights guys were feeling relatively comfortable coming today. I said it myself,
They did,
I gave you the quote. They felt like if they play their game, it's all in the bag. They took them down before. Why can't they do it again? Especially because they felt like they had a really good grasp on that veto. And, well, if they delivered on Icebox, we wouldn't even be here. And unfortunately, it was just express delivery all the way home, as Reading Knights can't seem to bring it out in the later parts of this series today. And, well, Direwolves have just been running a train on them right now. Prophet moves in, is at that ultimate, looking to catch some of these players off guard, but he himself is the one taking a lot of damage. Frags back and forth, the opening through there, wants to make the play forward, but Omariti allowed to have that plan. Smokes are going to come through, but Abacus will allow their team to push on in. It's 4 versus 4. There's still a lot to play with. The Empress is on board already, Knights, and well, you know that the Blade Storm is out for that Jet as well. There it comes. Defender Killjoy dropped down. The Lear knows a lot of that vision, but there comes the second, and the Hunter's Fury takes Prophet down to 4. Wen's turret finishes them off, and it is just a rout here as Direwolves shut that down. Reading Knights, I don't think they have anything left in the tank, and this map is just going to fall the way of Warwick Direwolves unless an absolute miracle comes on through. We are most likely going to map 4 here.
Yeah, it looks that way, Rogue. Warwick Direwolves, they're not giving up without a fight. They lost one map, sure, but honestly, that was a map that they were looking very good on as well, and from there on out, they've just started to look better and better. They've stepped up their game, and, well, Reading Knights, they have weapons. It's not a good buy at all. Warwick Direwolves are coming in with every single advantage, all utility in the world. Reading Knights might as well just prepare themselves that we're going to go on to Haven as our last map, and that's where their last stand will be, and that's where they're going to have to really step it up, because Warwick Direwolves, they've had the better aim so far. Reading Knights, have not had that macro or micro read on them either as well. So like Warwick Direwolves, they've just been allowed to run rampant and really just play their own game.
Abacus.
Right here.
Holding this angle back. Pings out the information. The rotate comes on in. When moving back onto site. Turret taken down. Expecting the push. Does take down Prophet here. Juma will refrag that position as they are healing, and they're going to back right on into this player. Fornic just takes them out. You have to be expecting this man. He is constantly hiding in the shadows here. Matty allows their team, and well, will get that spike on and down as Warwick Direwolves are looking for the opportunity to make the push on in here. You hear the Bladestorm coming through. Ego Peak finishes them off. Mysterion cannot get on through there. 2 versus 3. Leah doesn't find its target, but well, Stun finds theirs as Bahabicus falls. They push onto site. 1 versus 2. They're going to bait this out here. They're going to use the Empress as they are going to put that Lear out. They want to try and contest this, but they're being hit from multiple sides right now. The peak comes on through. Matty takes them down, and Reading Knights stay in for a round.
I swear to God, Rook, if we're to see another reverse sweep coming in here from Reading Knights, if they're going to make another comeback, I will lose my mind. Reading Knights, they've not looked so good in this game so far, but in this round, they're able to win it against Warwick despite it coming down to like the very last chance. I won't count out Reading Knights quite yet, but Warwick Direwolves, please tell me that they can win 1 round in this, or like, remaining 6.
Yeah, Reading Knights, that's their first round and a half, and well, it should be their big opportunity. However, Stun peeks out, takes down Matty, but Juma is all too happy to have that one. 4 versus 3. Sorry, 4 versus 4. That favors the attacking side right now, and well, they should be able to make good use of it. They're looking for mid-control Prophet. Takes down Fornic, the aggression starting to pay off now as Warwick Direwolves lose out on another player. Juma pushing towards mid, expecting this push to come on in, but when finds that frag is finally felled by Juma here, and well, push is coming on through. Mysterion is behind, catches one off guard. Omariti goes down. It's now 2 versus 2. Reading Knights cede their lead, and well, they're going to be able to get on this B site pretty easy, but they're going to have to play at that post plant, which has been problematic for them so far.
It definitely has, but being on this bomb site immediately does give them, well, an advantage to work with. They know that Warwick, they aren't on the bomb site. They know where they're most likely coming from, as they did spot someone over towards Copy. Now, with that being said, this Omen is playing super aggressive. Ego Peak, not able to win anything. That's not what you want. Not winning that duel, you needed that to begin with. Now, Jama in the right one, winning one, and oh my god, getting away as well. Has to win one more duel, will get it! And Reading Knights, they continue to stay competitive. They're coming down to those very last rounds, Rook. But what the hell is going on? Reading Knights, 5 more rounds.
5 more rounds to go. But Warwick Direwolves, I want to say, should be able to pick this up. But we said that in map 1. Will Reading Knights be able to bring it up, or will we see a repeat of map 2? We go peek with some good frags early in this round, but the Habakus did actually take them down here. This push coming on in, and you saw Juma with a fantastic round there in the hole to be able to put that one down. And you see this execute come out again, more default. Warwick Direwolves, I believe they still have rifles. Yes, they do. But it should be the very last vestiges of their buys.
It ought to be. When I remember grabbing up a bit of money right there, with them getting that kill onto Maddie, Reading Knights, if they want to make this comeback work, they can't afford to do stuff like that. They can't afford to lose players early on. They need to play it so smart. They need to play it so conservative. Right now, with them losing players like that, well, you are going to put yourself at a disadvantage. But here the Empress is getting popped. Gamer already onto this bomb side. Killjoy pops their ult, stops them away. Now, Mike coming in, Eagle Peak picking up Phonic as well, makes it 4 versus 3.
They have the advantage, but they don't want to lose out on too many players. As you said, the economy, ever so important. If they lose out on this round, it's not the end of the world again, because Warwick Direwolves should be able to buy up after this one. That recon bolt gives away the position of that player. Stun pushes up aggressively, wants to make things happen. However, the Lear in return. Prophet finds Mysterion. Only 2 players on this board. They have a very big understanding of where Stun is right now, but they're not going to be able to get him in time. They're pushing on in twice. The Habakus takes the frag. The retake of the retake is happening now. Prophet under pressure, dashes on in. They need to try and deny this, but Habakus finds the shot. Ego Peak backs off, knows what they have to do here, and finds that frag and the round for their team. 4 rounds and counting. Reading Knights are looking for it.
They are indeed doing so. They've won 3 in a row. Now they just need to keep on going here, Rook. But man, it's coming down to those very last stretches every single time. One last player surviving every damn round. Reading Knights, they are playing with our hearts, they're playing with our feelings, but they're not doing, or they're not making this comeback as cleanly as possible. They are playing with fire. And talking about playing with fire, Warwick Direwolves, that's 2 big shotguns coming in this time around, so you know what they're looking for? They're looking for that spice. They're looking for that cheese here. They're looking for some easy pickings.
Well, if they can find it, obviously, it'll
Of
look
course.
really good on them. But if they don't, well, to be fair, I don't even think it'll be that much of a problem if they don't find it, because they still have a little bit of space. They still have a little bit of economy. This was a forced round, and oh my god, Prophet giving up frags in the mid. Juma manages to stay alive, but Fornic punishes them for trying to dismiss there. And Reading Knights are down players. Warwick Direwolves continue to beat them out in all of these fights. Gives away the position.
My.
Omeriti, man! Not checking that angle. Mysterion takes him down, and Reading Knights down to just ego peak. Now this man, he talks a lot. And I mean a lot. He talks himself up. Talks a lot in general.
Ooh.
And, you know,
Ooh.
it will be a brilliant chance to see him bring this back to that W, put their team in with a chance again, but doesn't have much time to work with.
And they did
30
not
seconds.
spot
30
Phonic
seconds
coming
left.
in from behind. It looked that way. It thought they cleared it, but unfortunately did not do so. Phonic coming around the corner. Won't spot them. Oh, actually will. Kill won't come in. They stay alive. They stay competitive just for a little while longer, but ultimately Mysterion is ready, grabs up that kill, and we're going to a 4th map right here. It's far from over. Reading Knights, they won't get this one for free. And we're going to their map pick. It's the last one. Let's see if they can then actually look confident and look good, because even though they were starting to make this comeback happen, Rook, they still got down to like a single player every single time. And that's not how you make a comeback. That's not clean enough. And ultimately, they end up losing.
Yeah, some very suspect plays at there in the very end and throughout the course of that wrap as well. Warwick Direwolves did look a little bit like they were stumbling towards the end there, and that could bode hope for Reading and Knights
Absolutely.
A coming into this 4th and final map. We are getting ready for that one, so don't go anywhere, as we're going to be going to a short break while we prep for that final showdown.
The back and forth has got me so messed up. Don't ignore the signs, we've had enough. of the whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way. Find a way. Find a way. Find a way out. Find a way, find a way out. Find a way, find a way out. What's all this for? It's got me turned around, but I can't ignore the feelings that I found in this whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final game here for the Newell Valorant University Tournament Winter 2020 Grand Finals. We're finishing off the season with a bang. 2-2 between Reading Knights and Warwick Direwolves, and it's brought to you by Amazon University Esports and Twitch student. I am Rook and I'm joined by Daedalus, so we're getting ready for this very final match.
Oh my god, Rook. Reading Knights, they made quite a comeback in game number 1. They started to look good on Icebox, their map pick as well, but in that second half on Icebox, everything just fell apart. It all just went downhill for the side of Reading Knights A, and Warwick Direwolves, they just look better and better as time is going on. Now we are absolutely going to Reading Knights A's map pick as our final one. That's going to be Haven, but man, with the way the Reading Knights are playing right now, Rook, I don't feel very confident in their abilities.
Yeah, absolutely. But this map really should be theirs. Now, I've been saying this a lot for Reading.
You said that about Icebox as well.
I said that about Icebox, and they got absolutely stomped. And, well, the last time these teams met, there were 3 scores that we got. 10-13 on Bind, and the 13 being Reading Knights. 13-10 on Ascent was Warwick Direwolves, not Doric Wirewolves. And then we have Haven, which was a 13-6 stomp by Reading Knights. They really had a grasp on basically everything that was being brought out by Warwick Direwolves, and it really felt like Reading looked unbeatable, at least on that map. We're coming back to Haven for this very final map. Now, if any map is going to be the map which they're going to win, this should be it for Reading Knights. They should be able to clutch it out, and what a great way to finish things off as well, going to this probably 4th and final game to really decide things. The problem is, right, is that they haven't looked solid so far, and Warwick Direwolves really could take this. What's been so impressive about Warwick so far?
Well, they have been super good at landing those shots. They've been super good at those duels as well, and I feel like what they've been doing extremely well too has been the fact that even though Reading Knights, they've got onto bomb sites, Warwick Direwolves, they never allow Reading Knights A to shut down those bomb sites. Like, once the bomb was planted, you already had the Direwolves on that bomb site. They were already contesting it. They never allowed Reading to grab that momentum and grab up that pace, because that's where we see Reading Knights be the best. The Direwolves, they realize, okay, don't allow them to lock down that bomb site, because then they can't do that.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting as well to see if we have any changes. I'm surprised to see Matty not returning to the Cypher, but I'm not surprised to see Amority returning to the Sova. We've kind of talked many a time about how strong Sova is on this map. on the whole, some solid comps for both sides, and not surprised to see the Raze out for profit, because that's so strong here on Haven.
It absolutely is. I'm a huge fan of that racer as well. But now, talking about that, Rook, one what's called agent that I'm quite happy about as well is Wen coming in on that Killjoy as well. I feel like Wen has been doing so much work on that Killjoy, really locking down bomb sites, forcing opponents off of it as well, and just ultimately being a really MVP for their team. With that Killjoy, obviously we haven't seen him on a different agent, but just on that Killjoy, Wen is absolutely proven to be an expert.
I've been really impressed with them so far, and well, I'm looking to see who's going to pop off this game, because it feels like anyone in this game certainly can, and especially if your name lands on the Warwick Dire Wolves side. As we've seen Stun pop off, as we're kind of watching now, we've had Wen really show some fantastic games, and I know that all of these other players can really give us fantastic games. I'm really excited to see if Mysterion can have that stellar performance we expect from them, at least somewhere in this series. As much as they've been very solid, they haven't quite been that top frag.
But on the side of Reading Knights A, we also need to keep an eye out for, well, basically all those players, because they are super good together as a team, right, Rogue? But Ego Peak in particular, I feel like has been one of those players that you can always count on to come in clutch when you need so. And overall, Reading Knights A, last time these two teams met on this map on Haven, they did a super good job at reading their opponents, and on top of that, obviously Ego Peak with that Omen, using From the Shadows, using well, all those different abilities to really just move around the map and lock down different sites. Definitely helped Reading Knights in locking down Warwick Direwolves and not allowing them to really do anything. But right now the team's just waiting for that last player to get in and get ready.
Yeah. Players. I mean, honestly, it's all coming to a head here. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're actually going to perform, because it's been a questionable series so far. Things looked so good at the end of map 1 for Reading Knights. They'd really come to a head. They'd gotten back into their stride, and everything looked fantastic, honestly. And the problem was that after that, they just haven't come alive. We've seen a couple of rounds where, wow, they've looked so good, but on the whole, it's just been Warwick Direwolves dictating the pace, making those pushes happen, and that aggression from them really showing us what's important here, because they just keep on finding every frag. They make the execute on. The post plants are disastrous most of the time for Reading Knights. They found a couple, obviously, to be sure, for example, at the end of last map, but not many. And the fact that Warwick Direwolves keep on winning that is why they keep on winning their games.
Well, Reading Knights, they absolutely know what they need to step up, but Rook, coming into that map pick, it might help them a bit more in at least staying competitive, staying, confident going up against their opponents as well. And obviously they have that track record here against Direwolves, so they're definitely not starting from scratch, but they have a lot of problems. They have a lot of holes in their armor that they need to fix, and well, right now, Reading Knights A, they're getting ready to show us that they know how to fix all those problems.
Yeah, and it's a big question, because Reading Knights, we've seen them before. They've looked really calm, collected, very solid, and again, had a really great read on what Warwick Direwolves wanted to do on these maps. But it feels like this current version of Warwick Direwolves, especially in the series so far, just haven't, well, maybe they've been readable, right? But it doesn't matter if they're readable if they just win all their fights. And Reading Knights' inability to properly deny a lot of this is telling. And if they're going to step up, if they're going to try and deny this, I think what we need to see from them is just a more solid aim and more solid punish of executes coming into sites. And the thing that worries me about this is because this site, it can sometimes be so difficult to get effective punishes because you're spread so darn thin.
Good points all around, Rook. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting this first round here on our last map. The Warwick Direwolves, they made a great comeback. They've dictated the pace of the game so much here against Reading Knights A. Reading, they've been able to only grab up one victory here tonight. That was the first map where they snatched it out of the hands of the Warwick Direwolves. Warwick, they're not looking to let that happen once again. They want the grand final.
What do you do? Omoretti. Peek out wide. Wants to make things happen. Gets the orb. And, well, that's added value early on. Reading Knights ahead. They have the ultimate point, but investing some of this utility, Turret gives them away. Mysterion wants to try and find some of these shots, but playing more defensive knows those right clicks at close range will do him a world of good.
Phonic also running around with that good old signature shorty. Peeking out here through those doors. Home garage. Waiting for someone to peek in, but Reading Knights A, they're not making a lot of noise. But they're moving in towards B. Once this utility comes in, Phonic will hear it and will most likely come in from behind as well. But here, Reading Knights, they go.
Yeah, Execute comes on in, Plant goes down, they're not really going to be able to contest that. If Phonic pushes on in, he's easily going to get closed out, but Stun just finds 3 headshots. It all looked so good for Reading Knights, and then it fell apart. Phonic even finds Omoretti to add to the list, and, well, it's going to be Juma at the back of this site, looking to contest, doesn't take any damage, doesn't even find the fragment of Habicus, and Warwick Direwolves turn what was a great Execute for Reading Knights A into a disastrous post-plant, and yet again, this is exactly what we saw before, and Stun just hits 3. Easy peasy for this player, and he was alive in the first map, sorry, in this last map, he is alive here already.
We've seen this before from them. Reading Knights A just can't land those shots. Warwick Direwolves, they have that aim instead, Rook, and damn do they punish their opponents right here. The moment that they stepped into Stun's crosshair, they were dead. And, well, this now means that Reading Knights A, they're once again going to start from their back foot. Not a position that they want to be in at all here. With Warwick Direwolves being ahead. And, well, you know, Reading Knights, they have to, well, try and see if they can just punish Warwick and make a dent in their economy somehow here. But with 2 players not being able to win over when losing, what, like 1/4 or 1/5 of their health right there, definitely does not bode well for picking up a cheeky kill against a low health Wen in this coming, in this coming push.
And honestly, this push doesn't look good at all. The Habicus is watching it with an Ares. And he already starts spraying, and Omoretti already starts falling. That's the diffuser. Sorry, the spike picked back up. They do manage to get it back on the board. But Ego Peak and Juma do find those 2 frags. They do get the Execute off. It's 3 versus 2 on the retake, and they do manage to get some weapons in hand. But Ego Peak isn't very healthy right now. They're going to fall up into heaven, but Mysterion is already waiting there for them. Ego Peak trying to move on in, wants to get that play, but Stun taps it too quick. Warwick Direwolves pick up the round again, and it was a nice Execute. But the fact that they lost the player going in, the fact that they already lost 2 Wen at the start of that round, Warwick Direwolves are just leveraging that so hard.
It made it extremely hard for them to hold that bomb site, but I will say that I feel like for Reading Knights A, they made the best of a bad situations, able to grab up 2 kills and get that spike plant. That's quite alright, and a successful round in and of itself.
They get some money in the bank, and now they've got these rifles. Yeah. Now, the last time we saw them buy up rifles, they had a little bit of success, and then it lapsed again. Will Reading Knights be able to this time take that success? Well, firstly, grab that success, and then take it all the way to the bank. A spray through to try and find some damage here. Phonic, you know, that time it doesn't work, and I'm happy to see it not work. That was a little bit too spicy, well, for anyone, but Mysterion playing aggressive, doesn't find that frag onto Ego Peak, and right now they haven't lost a player. When finds the headshot, but that stinger, as good as it is, those individual shots aren't going to do enough damage. For Habicus shows you that you need to just spray them down with it, and takes profit right off the board. 2 versus 4. He's looking for that little bit more good flash onto this player. But timing's bad. He doesn't have any bullets left, however. Omoretti is able to close that one out. It's now just that Reyna left, and as good as Stun is, with this weaponry, they shouldn't be able to win out.
Yeah, it's really uphill here from Stun, but a good execute from Reading Knights, And this is the position that we've seen them in before, where they are good. In those post plans where they know what's happening, where they have set up the utility, and they are the ones that are just waiting for their opponents to come to them. So the winner round, let's see if they can continue it, Rook, because they won't be able to get this kind of situation every single time. And, well, I feel like so far in this game, we've once again seen Warwick Direwolves be better at the aim, be better at those duels, and better at punishing Reading Knights. Reading, they still need to step up that dueling potential.
But again, they lose one player. It's not the end of the world. They have a fantastic economy coming to this next round. Warwick Direwolves, they're going to be able to buy up. And this is their opportunity to obviously strike back. They want to make it happen. They're going to put in a lot of utility towards stopping that, our Reading Knights, because they're expecting some sort of explosive play. But it doesn't come. Warwick, no. Play slow. Play to your outs. And, well, because they're going to have to push into you, you can take those duels in your favor.
Prophet standing outside the doors here. Recon Bolt won't find anyone. Onyx won't get spotted. Still standing at the back here of the garage window. Just trying to spot anyone. When moving up here, however, through a short. Eco Peak? Eco Peak rather. Completely different spot to be in, but and this could be so good here from Reading Knights if they're able to just find one of those early kills right here. Especially with when being pushed so far up. That's super exposed and super punishable. Mysterion, however, does not land. Forward.
Yeah, Mysterion coming on through. You see Juma trying to get that spike down. Does indeed. They're going to back off. Fornic pushes into it. Prophet finds 2 frags that are all important there. Maddie even takes down their counterpart. It's 5 versus 2, but not a lot of health on some of those players. There's definitely an opportunity here. Mysterion takes Juma right off the board. You can see Bahabicus starting to move into position. They're trying to look for this. Prophet is even trying to get the flank. Wants to find 2 of these players. Take these rifles away. They feel like they've got the round under wraps, and, well, they absolutely have. You can see that Warwick Direwolves are not looking to contest this, and, well, it's down to Reading Knights. Save as much as they can. Try and find a couple of these frags and really make things happen here. I think that they've been given away that spray. The Habicus aren't here. Does here. Takes them down. Profit off the board. And Reading Knights, they haven't lost too much money, and they pick up the round. Right, this is looking good for them so far on attack.
They're looking much better on their map pick. And in these post-plan situations, well, they're starting to look better, Rook. But with that being said here from Warwick Direwolves, they're able to save both an Operator and that Vandal from Bahabicus. So, not a bad situation that they find themselves in either. Not the best buy in total to win a round, but at least it's enough to really punish Reading Knights and force them to well, at least lose a bit of equipment.
Profit. Setting up, puts up that boombot to try and buy some space on the map. You can see that, actually, for the most part, Warwick Direwolves playing a little bit more defensive, knowing that because they're spread out, if they do lose these duels, if it's trades 1 for 1, that's absolutely fine for Reading Knights. They need to at least go 2 for 1, and, well, that's less possible, at least, than obviously the 1 for 1, and as a result, less impactful is their ability to trade so fantastically. Stun. Try and get these shots, takes it down on Moretti, and that's the kind of frag you need to see. Picking away at the edges of Reading Knights' offense. They're now down to 4 players and still haven't really committed towards anywhere.
They absolutely haven't, but Warwick Direwolves finding these kills just is so important here for them, especially with someone like Wen finding a kill with only a pistol right there. Onyx behind enemy lines as well, teleporting in, teleporting back. Maddie will spot Phonic grabbing up a kill, makes that 3 versus 3. Spike has been planted over towards A. Because the only agent over there.
Yeah, can't hit head though. Juma takes him down, and you can see frags back and forth. Juma is low in this situation now as Ego Peak is looking to reinforce him. Spike down. Position very much in their control. Smoke goes over Mysterion, trying to bait that out as Stun just finds frag after frag after frag. Base out defuse again. Egopeak needs to knows he needs to go for it. Those smokes, that Leah, the spray comes on through and he takes down Mysterion. But stun again brings the frags that are needed. 4K for that man, and Warwick Direwolves pick up the round.
Stun is so bloody good, Rook. Finding 4 kills, being so cheeky right here, and finding a kill from the C lobby as well. I mean, honestly, the Warwick Direwolves, they're playing so aggressively, they're taking so many high-risk, high-reward plays, but it's really just working out for them time and time again. Reading Knights, they're not able to fight back, they're not able to really read what Warwick Direwolves they're doing. They are getting punished for it, with them losing 2 maps so far, and them falling a tad further behind here on our final map.
Yeah, Mysterion holding his position and trying to keep control of that mid. It's been difficult so far. We've seen a couple of Reading Knights pushing mids, and this will be another one as Prophet just takes down Mysterion and continues to push in towards B. Egopeak finds that frag as well. That A site is very, very open now. You can see the rotates coming in oh so quickly, but Habakus wants to be here to deny this push on into mid. And, well, he finds the shots and does eventually manage to take down Juma. But I think, yeah, we're just going to see that execute straight onto this A site. And, well, Warwick Direwolves are going to now have to have a very difficult retake. It is now 3 versus 3 because of Prophet's aggression, but it's still a difficult round to take.
Had Prophet gotten those 2 kills, it would have looked much different here. Rookbot stun, grabbing up Egopeak, finding a few more players as well. Nothing to do right there, but they're on his bike. Come on, guys. You need to stop this. No!
Oh my god.
Wait! They got that. Oh, Phonic able to eat 2 of those ult. But, Rook, my man, what? Ah!
He just missed the first one. He expected him to be a little bit more central on the spike, tries to go for it, barely misses, and as a result, does not get that kill in time. It doesn't even get the kill at all, as he doesn't manage to finish him off. Brilliant stuff there, to know that he could just stick it, and Warwick Direwolves steal away another round. Fornic just absolutely knowing the limit of this play and making it happen for Warwick Direwolves. To be fair, at that point, he didn't have much choice, and, well, he knew, if I stick it and it happens, I'll be a hero, and, well, he certainly was in that round.
Absolutely. The Hunter's Fury not landing gave Phonic all the time in the world. Reading Knights say they're looking better. We'll have to give them that work, but they're just not pushing it far enough. Whereas Warwick, they have everything to win, so they are playing like a team that have everything to win. They're pushing the limit. They are really just getting every single drop out of that lemon. And Reading Knights say not getting too much to work with. Look here, Mysterion so far up here. Looking towards A lobby. Man, grabbing that information is enough, but also just putting a few bullets into the head of a Prophet or into Sova is, well, might just be enough for them to win another round. But fortunately, Reading Knights A, they are so fast that they are onto the bomb site. They've already planted it, and it's down to a free feed.
3 HP on that Sova. Egopeak in hell here.
I'm ready.
Push through, takedown, store.
No!
Oh, stun! And dropping from the sky, the Habakus smites Egopeak and nets them another round in the bank. Warwick bringing it to 5. Reading Knights, another round where they really should have been winning, and yet they're not able to convert it.
Totally. Once you're pushing out there, coming in towards A-Link, you have to look both ways when you are those 2 players. You don't do that, you get punished, you lose that round, and Reading Knights A making so many uncharacteristic mistakes, uncharacteristic in terms of like how they've been playing the entire split, but tonight it's not super uncharacteristic. It's what they've been showing us, and so far it's just not enough.
Yeah, Prophet. Again, pushing up mid, he's had a lot of success here. This time, won't be exactly the same position. You can see that Mysterion playing a little bit of an off angle, and this is something that Warwick like to utilize heavily, so it's not a surprise to see these sort of things. But Reading Knights, if they can get control of the site, they can push on in, but if they take this B site control, it just leads to a very difficult collapse unless they have all of that utility for the post line. And if they don't properly cover their flanks, which they have set up a lot for, things could look very difficult very quickly. Prophet will be setting up to try and boost himself on through, wants to make things happen. Skandar is there. He's in the backline already, just moves on through, opens things on up. You can see the rotate coming on through, and Juma just covers up when they're brilliant stuff. And what an aggressive push here from Reading Knights to just boost on through, take down the player on site, and Warwick Direwolves are burst open. A turret looking the wrong way, and so are these players. Stun finds three as Ego Peak takes down the wrong one there. Mysterion off the board, but at what cost? Reading Knights A down to 2. Ornick is going to put down this position. Prophet, well, Moretti finds that flag there. It is now the Lear coming through. He's trying to spray. He's trying to stop it, but stun. This man hits 4K after 4K after 4K and moves their team up to 6 rounds.
Stun wants to be the victor of this grand final. That's the second 4K so far in this first half, Rook. And already was in such a good position right here, but that Lear did everything in the world there for Stun. Made sure that already had to focus on either one. And well, when you're getting shot at, you want to take down that player, but without you being able to spot them, it's just so hard. But a better round from Reading Knights. They came in, they were determined, they moved fast, and they just went ham. I loved that, Rook. But the post plan, once again, was just atrocious.
Back to some retakes, maybe. Warwick Direwolves is that seems to be Reading Knights is that seems to be the problem here. Warwick Direwolves have, well, play in spades. They keep on making fantastic pushes, and I'm surprised to see when falling back quite so far as this information comes on in the alarm bot, giving away this position of one of these flankers, and well, they know that this execute isn't quite going to go down how they want it to, so they're backing off. They don't commit. You can see Prophet still up in that A site trying to stop anyone who tries to push on in. He is the entry fragger. It should be the big opportunity to do so. They return towards this A site. Now with 2 players on it, Reading Knights might be just walking into a trap if they don't execute properly.
I'm pretty sure Prophet has the showstopper as well, so could go in and be huge if they can remove Wen here from the back. From hell, it would just be so good here, but oh, immediately Wen stops that ultimate from coming in. Wen is just stunned immediately. Mysterion grabs up that kill onto Prophet. Now, this means that Warwick Direwolves, they're the ones that have to retake Reading Knights A. Will be able to push this fight down once again. But for how long will they hold this?
That Killjoy going down. Don't think they're actually contesting it. They're not even trying. Stun is behind, and we've seen what this man can do. He is one hell of a nutter. Killjoy goes off. No one detained. Stun looking to play forward. Fornic and Mysterion start to push on into this site. There comes the layer, but his position is given away. He's still providing a lot of pressure onto that backline. Takes out that, oh my god, and gets away with it too. Vulnerable, and the defenders, they're looking for the retake here. They find the frags, they bait on the point. 1 HP on Mysterion, and he's just holding it. No one can get in time. Juma is trying to rush and barely doesn't get it. Brilliant stuff by them. Mysterion to just stick on the defuse, and Reading Knights A yet again lose another round by a hair.
It does not matter for Warwick Direwolves, however, that they lose all members in that round, Rogue, because they can buy up straight again. Their economy is great enough to sustain that loss, but man, Rogue, Reading Knights A, they're making these rounds come down to, as you say, just a 1 versus 1 every single time, and well, they just continue to get the shorter end of the stick.
Oh god. Moretti missing that dart. That is just so demoralizing. If you're if you're Reading Knights there. You're already down, you need to make something happen, and the information which could have let you make a play is just failed of its own accord. Stun, waiting in the wings of this dissipates. He's on the other side. They barely managed to not catch him. He pushes through. Oh my god, Prophet is down. The dismiss gets stunned out of the position. The Lear buys some time as well. Tries to finish things off, but Omariti and Matty strike him down. with equal report. Brilliant stuff by them to find those frags there. You see Juma watching for this flank, takes down Mysterion, and well, this will be one in the bank finally for Reading Knights, but it's a brief respite from what is a disastrous attacking half.
Absolutely, Rogue. But for Reading Knights, it's an important round. They need every single round that they can get now. And well, Warwick Direwolves, they fall prey to the fact that Reading Knights they are super confident that they move on to that bomb site immediately. They don't look back. So with that in mind, Warwick Direwolves losing a round with 5 members just a while back. So yeah, 2 rounds to go. So like, they don't have that economy to work with. Reading Knights can finally start to win some rounds. If they can get 5 rounds on the board here, it would be, well, quite the comeback compared to like how this entire first half has gone, Rook. So Reading Knights they're not out yet, but it is looking much better now. But Mysterion grabs up Maddie. Good utilization of the base storm right there. Fonny trying to come in with a short and grab up already. Won't be enough. And everyone is just dying like flies here from Warwick Direwolf. They don't really have pistols, they don't really have weapons, so I mean, that's kind of what we expect.
I'm surprised that Warwick invested that Empress there. That was a bit of a surprise to see, but hey, never gets going here as they are looking to be able to take proper control of this round. But Reading Knights easily shut it down with that superior weaponry. That next round is one which they're looking to win out on, though, so glad they keep at least 3 of these ultimates for the next round and should be able to make good usage of it. Gets exposed, and, well, Wen is in a difficult situation, to say the very least now, as see the concussion coming towards them, and there's not much they're really going to be able to do here. They're basically going to get taken out of this round ever so slowly. Tries to even turn it into 1 frag. Even that's not enough. Reading Knights bringing this back a little bit more, but not a great situation for themselves still. They really need to pick up this next round.
They need this one. Going in to the second half, 4 rounds behind would just be super disastrous for Reading Knights. They have everything, they have weapons, they have superiority in terms of ultimates as well. This needs to be Reading Knights. They will have such a hard time coming back from a 4-round deficit. It's much easier to do so with 2 rounds, Rook. So look out for Reading to push this all the way. Warwick with weapons. And with them having played such a good first half, I will say you can't count them out. They know how to land those shots.
They really do. And they should be able to make good use of it here. We've seen it in many a round. Reading Knights, they can get onto sites so easily, but they have all the strats to do so, but it's these post-plant situations that constantly fail them. Mysterion walking into that one a little bit full-flashed, and, well, this is a great position to be in from Reading Knights. They get the frag, they get control, and they're going to continue to put pressure on here. Walks into the back, does get actually spotted, so Juma does go down. Defender Killjoy here. They're looking to try and make this retake, but Juma in this position, you can see the Hunter's Fury coming through. They're trying to catch Stun off guard, but Omariti is taken out here. Brilliant stuff to see, and the frag comes through from Juma, but he's taken down by Bahabicus. 2 players left from Reading Knights. They're just sticking the defuse now. You can see holding in window, trying to just get it, but it's too little too late, and the rocket comes from Prophet. But unfortunately, he was seen in the past, not the future.
Switching sides.
A defuse once again from Warwick Direwolves. That's not how Reading Knights they want to lose that one, but with a huge flank, it was just too good from Warwick. Oh man, Rook, that's a complete feels bad, man. But now we have to look forward, and Reading Knights they can't afford to lose this round. This is where they make their last stand. If they lose this one, they are more or less guaranteed to go down. 6 rounds in total, and I mean, we've seen them make those comebacks before, but they look better they look better in game number 1 than they've looked so far. So, man, I don't want to count on them making that comeback.
I think Reading Knights really do have it in them. I think their defensive sides can be very strong. The question is do Warwick Direwolves continue to just put up numbers like this that are just so brutal in terms of this play, because they've just constantly found these frags off of every little thing and just been able to convert off of it. It's relatively easy to do so. It's finding those first frags that are often the difficulty. Reading Knights just haven't been able to find those in the same level of regularity.
Mysterian, however, Rook moving up here through C-Long alongside a few members. Maffy in a good position to take this one. Mysterian goes down immediately, tried to move in, and Mazzy just continues with Habicus going down too. Now, Ego Peak standing behind right there, sorry, Onyx rather, standing behind right there, won't be able to grab anything, and that's the spike getting planted. 4 versus 2. When we're good at landing those shots. Prophet, however, takes down Phonic, and Omreddit takes down Wem. And Reading Knights A. And the important round is won by them, and they still stay in this game.
Yeah. Again, strong team. Can make things happen, and this pistol round is exactly where they wanted to be. Matty just absolutely domes Bahabicus here and really sets up for the following round. Wen gets off a good flank and is in the right position, but unfortunately, there's nothing Phonic can really do for that. Trying to put that spike down is just such an open position, at least there. And Warwick Direwolves lose out on that one as Reading do capitalise off those initial plays. So well played by Matty to be able to lock that one out for the team pretty much. And Warwick Direwolves, you're off to a bad start on your attacking side, but I think you're not too fussed about that.
Reading Knights say they need to keep this up, Rook. They can't rest on their laurels now. They just have to continue to go super aggressive. Mysterian goes in, tries to get that spike planted. Won't even be allowed to get that as Jma just pushes in and are super aggressive. That's the spike lost now from the Warwick Direwolves. But I appreciate them trying to play so aggressive. After all, they only have those pistols to go with, so if they could get a cheeky plan, if they could get some cheeky kills, I wouldn't mind.
I really wouldn't. Habicus looking to push on in, but the Ego Peak is ready and waiting. When taken out too, and Reading Knights with a flawless round there. Good stuff from them into Eco, and they hold it out strong. They don't cede any of those players and have a very good economy coming into this next round. Even if they lose, obviously, they're going to be buying up. So, Warwick Direwolves, they're looking to try and obviously seize this round and seize back control, but they might actually have a harder round than they expect because, again, Reading Knights don't really require these aim duels to win. They've been playing off of pure macro decisions, so really great placement on the map and catching these players off guard.
Good points, bro. But I will argue that even though Reading Knights say they don't, so they can buy up again if they are to lose, like they wouldn't really want to do so because they need points more than anything now. So obviously you never want to lose a round, of course. Reading Knights, it is important that they win these rounds. They need those points to really just put pressure on Warwick Direwolves. The more of a lead that Warwick Direwolves they have, the more pressure on Breeding, and especially with Breeding having had such a hard time and really has taken such a psychological beating so far. I mean, like, they really, really need to win these rounds.
Every round is so key here. You've seen both these teams trade tit for tat in so many different ways, and these rounds can go either way very quickly, depending on the situation. It's just those first picks that sometimes just snowball into mistakes. Or Direwolves pushing on up, looking to just get onto the site. They really want to execute here, and they have gotten on. Styron takes a bit of damage for it, but this retake becomes very difficult with these SMGs. You generally want to stop them from getting on in the first places. Well, after this, things get difficult indeed. Prophet really going to be able to contest very well, and well, that smoke forces him to a very difficult position, but he is ready. He's going for the jump. Already sets him up, and he drops on in and drops two. Doesn't quite finish off Bahabicus, but only barely. Doesn't kill this player. Is looking for him. Won't spot him. Will spot him to the right, but gets refragged there by Wen. Ego Peak finishes off this player, and with Juma finding that frag, Reading Knights take the bonus round, and then now they are going for broke, and well, that's exactly what Warwick Direwolves are.
That was beautiful from Reading Knights. The moment Prophet jumped in right there with that charge, just all the way in, forced Warwick Direwolves to respond to that player in their back line. Then they couldn't defend that spike. Beautiful by Reading, confident, determined, absolutely everything that we need from them. And now Warwick Direwolves, they do not want to go to an eco round, so they're buying up a few weapons right here. A judge coming in from Mysterian, I believe. Phonic has a judge as well. cheeky kills could come in with those shotguns, can deal quite a lot of damage, but obviously all the rifles in the world are in the hands of Reading Knights A now.
Yep, bucket in hand, Fornic just barely makes it past that position. Flash comes through, Matty in a difficult spot now, turns away from it, but Mysterion just rushes on through. Already gets the frag back, takes down Stun, a player who has been so important so far in this map. It's nice to take him away, but 4 versus 4 on the retake. They're against ramshackle by, but some rifles to contest here as Mysterion has even traded up. Prophet looking to push on forward aggressively, gives away his position to that shotgun. The shotgun retreats and will get taken out. Good stuff there with the wallbang, continuing to try and make that play happen. The attackers have the killjoy down, but it's going to be this here. Mysterion barely manages to escape, but is so darn low. Wen continues to find these frags, continues to try and deny, but Omoretti finishes them off. Mysterion looking to find these frags, but Prophet finishes them off, and that is the round going over the Reading Knights A, as they are now over on 8-8. They brought it back, and they are in control.
Completely even, bro. Reading Knights A making that comeback happen here. We counted them out. I have to admit, I was skeptical of Reading Knights making this comeback and possibly winning this game, but, well, we are just 5 games away from, 5 rounds potentially away from either team winning this grand final. So Reading Knights A, they're getting a step closer. They're really stepping up their game now here against Warwick Dire Wolves. But Warwick Dire Wolves, they were able to get that spike, so they can buy up now in a round where they are looking to break even here against Reading Knights A. Rook, I mean, this is the grand final of the Null, and honestly, we're getting treated with such a close grand final.
Yeah, it's great we've made it to this 4th and final map. Haven was sure to be a corker one way or the other, and, well, the fact that we're at 8-8 here in this second half of the map, well, that bodes exceedingly well here. You can see Warwick Direwolves getting ready to push on into this A site. They want to make for the sub. They want to push off Matty, but obviously this killjoy can sometimes be a little difficult to remove. Can Matty get these frags as they push on in? The smoke goes above. You can see that turret gives away the position to Flash, but he has enough time. He's going to be able to catch this player off guard. Fornic is down, but doesn't take down anymore. Delays enough. Maybe this push will come on through. 45 seconds and looking to try and get that diffuser down. Sorry, get the spike down. The arrows come on through and find a bit of damage onto Bahaba because he's flashed. And Mysterion shows up 2 big frags here before Omoretti finally takes them down. 3 versus 2 on the 1 versus 3 on the retake now. Ego Peak again tasked with this difficult challenge. The Lear pushes them away from that position, and there's a second one coming right after it. He has to just back off, and I don't think he has enough time. He's trying to make it happen, but with that damage, gives away his position. Expects to see this player does get the frag, but well, he's going to keep on pushing. There's no longer a nano swarm there. He could maybe try and stick this, but you can see the players, they're going to be coming. They need to contest him. They need to do it quickly. He finds the frag, sticks back, but Wen was waiting there too. Good stuff there from Wen to be able to find that frag, and, well, they just about pick up that round.
Found them. Killed my dog.
Was such a competitive round from the 2 teams, and Warwick Dire Wolves, they locked down that bomb site pretty effectively, but ultimately it comes down to Mysterion removing so many players from Reading Knights A. Reading Knights A, they are the best when they can go in with those team plays, those macro plays, and with everyone dead here, Ego Peak just can't do anything without a fundament to work on, that foundation that can build up the entire house. You need everyone to be there, or else Reading Knights say this won't be as effective.
Warwick Direwolves picking up that round there. I don't think they've quite managed to thwart Reading Knights' economy, but they've done a lot of damage, much like Warwick obviously did. Sorry, much like Reading did back to them in some prior rounds, but great play from them so far to be able to find these rounds out of basically nowhere. And again, that is the secret skill of the Warwick side. They're able to turn rounds which really shouldn't be theirs into absolute winners and decimate their opponent's economy. Fornic no longer sticking with the judge most of these rounds, sticking with that Phantom, knowing that he's going to need that extra bit of range.
Moving up here, A long, Warwick Direwolves not making a lot of noise, but Red Knights say they have no one on this A side, so that's going to be a complete retake, Rook here. This going to be super hard here from Red Knights say, will be spotted, so by that bot, but still Red Knights say it's 5 versus 5 and a complete retake here from Red Knights say. Hunter's Fury coming in, trying to land some shots. A huge push coming in out here from Warwick Direwolves. Mysterion Stone grabbing up 2 kills. But they have to pull back, and ultimately just a trade here, 2 for 2. Still, Prophet coming in from behind, grabbing up Habakus. This is really good here, Rook, from Red Knights A.
Yeah, the fact that Red Knights A have been able to bring this back so close. They're looking for the defuse. Matty just falls to Fornic. Fornic gets on that refrag, just barely outside of that killjoy. Brilliant position to be able to stay on in that one. Juma tries to stick it, tries to make it happen, sees the player, pokes off, but stun comes up trumps yet again. This man does not lose these situations. He is the king of the clutch here in the Null, and he has been absolutely on fire. Already, they interrupted mid-Hunter's Fury, meant that this spike could go down, and allowed them to bring this to this situation.
Had already been able to utilize the Hunter's Fury to the end, it would have been much better, but Gemma at the end there in a 1v1 versus Stun, all Stun had to do was come in, check that spike, and then, well, there was just all in the world for Stun to do was just to shoot in the head their opponent, but, you know, 10-8 here, Rook. Starting to get really close here against these two teams, and Warwick, they're pulling ahead. It's far from over, of course, but with such a close scoreline, Warwick Direwolves, they love every single point that they can get.
Can bait that out there. Looking for some information, trying to maybe get some shots and see who's on that mid, but, well, we knew it was happening. They didn't fire off anything. So, no information for Warwick Direwolves here. Reading Knights still very clued up about where this push is coming as well, because Matty is going to be this first port of call. The alarm bot's going to give him away. And, well, you can hear that utility come in as well. They use the ultimate. They get all the information. Matty is up close and personal, finds one, but doesn't quite find that second. Stun is off the board, and that's always key here. Ego Peak gets paranoid, still wants to try and make this play happen, wants to get all these flashes. The TP in there again. Fornic tries to make it happen, but it's just not enough. Ego Peak gets that spray down, and the defenders pick it up. Warwick Direwolves cannot escape too long. Reading Knights A always seem to catch up.
Running down the clock means that you have to be very precise when you're coming in for your push. Warwick Direwolves, not that at all. They did not thrive in that chaos that Reading Knights A they did with those SMGs. So pulling it back 10-9, Warwick Direwolves can't buy up. But we've seen how deadly they can be in those rounds where they only have a few different weaponry to work with, Rook. So Warwick Direwolves might just find their 11th round, especially here with Mysterion popping that Blade Storm, looking to go all in this round here. If they can land some headshots, those knives, they do hurt.
Absolutely do. He has been impressive with them before. Question is, will he land them this time? And he really needs to. Right now, Reading Knights A very much have an advantage. That ultimate should be the thing to maybe tip them over in their favor. If they can find a frag or two off of it, this round could completely change. Omariti going to use the Owl Drone to scout out where these players are, and he's going to get all that information. Mysterio makes it happen! There are the two that I was asking for. Warwick Direwolves yet again in position, in the clutch to be able to pick these up. Reading Knights A now trying to clear things up, trying to set up for that retake, but Matty going down here to the frenzy of when Juma gets that refrag, but he's going to be wide open if he tries to push on in. Mysterion doesn't have that backup rifle, but won't need it. They've got these knives, and they're going to sink them deep in here. Juma finds Bahabicus. There comes the right click. It whiffs. This is not what we wanted to see, but Stun tries to come up clutch, but Juma shuts him down, and it is 10-10 in spite of an impressive performance coming through from Warwick Direwolves to nearly pick up that round.
That was so important. That They won that round. Reading Knights could not afford to lose that one, even though it comes down to the very last man. They need to get points on the board. Stardom Mysterion, however, tried everything in the world to win that round for themselves. Rook getting so many kills on those two players. Oh man, it's really a banger, this one, and it's coming down to the very last rounds, it feels like here, as we're just going tit for tat again here between Warwick Direwolves and Reading Knights who are now starting to make that comeback and starting to look a bit more alive.
I believe they did it map 1. Why can't they do it here? They showed signs of life in map 3. Can they bring it back and pull this game into their hands? Pull this series that felt like ever since map 2 started was slipping away ever so slightly with every passing second. They've managed to bring it back to even here. Making it happen is well within their purview. The problem is, obviously, Warwick Direwolves sit on that other side, and these guys, they don't give up. They are tenacious and dogged in their advance. Their aim is unerring. They continue to find opportunities, and Stun is ready. They're going to shoot out this alarm bot. The play comes. They know exactly where they're going to be, but Matty still comes out on top. Almost finds the second, but Wen just barely survives because of that whiff. And Fornic is already on site. He's constantly at the head of this team, leading as a sort of pathfinder. Omarity trying to deny it. Does kill Bahabicus, but the spike goes down nonetheless. It's 3 versus 4. And, well, Reading Knights have that man advantage to try and make this retake happen. See the utility come on through. Wen shuts down Prophet. The boost gives information away, but Omarity drops down into position. Wants to try and stick this defuse. They just can't contest. There it comes. There is the Nano Swarm to try and deny that. He gets half, but this is going to be so free from here. Juma just barely avoids that killjoy, and you can see that he's going to have to pop on out here. Mysterion wants to make it happen. Needs to try and deny that, but is shut down by Juma. And Reading Knights in spite of the 4K from Wen, pick up the round with beautiful play and understanding of the objectives.
I know that it's not about getting those kills, Rook. They need those points. They need to win those rounds, so they make sure to stick on to that spike. They make sure to defend the one diffusing it. Even though Wen comes in ultimately and removes those last two players, it does not matter. The objective for Reading Knights was to win a round, and they do so in style. So take a look here at Warwick Direwolves. They have weapons, yes, but it's starting to look not as pretty as we've seen before. Their economy is running low. But Reading Knights, if they win this one, it's going to give them quite an advantage moving in to, well, potentially a final round.
They can make it here. They'll be in such good stead. Omarity waiting around the corner with that Spectre, who needs a rifle at this range. It's so done. Picking up these frags, finds the first, finds the second, and Fornic barely closes him out before falling here. And again, Fornic, ever the vanguard for their team, looking to try and push on in, but they're already down players. Prophet just takes Bahabicus' head clean off. The push is coming. They know where they are, but Juma just beats them to it. Fornic versus 4. Sure, the judge can do it, but it requires such close angles, and Prophet won't even let him get there. Reading Knights, 1 round between them and this W. It looked so far away. In maps 2 and 3, it looked like all hope was lost. Even in this map, they looked like they weren't quite going to be able to make it. But through objective, focused gameplay and team play, they have brought themselves to the precipice. And we have a tech pause.
And we do have a tech pause, yes, but my god, Rook, Reading Knights making this comeback happen. I will say that I don't think they've been the most impressive team here tonight, Rook, but when everything comes to shove, it is at the very last minute that everything counts, and Reading Knights they realize that it is at this point in time that they're really stepping on up. It is now that they are making everything count, and man, they are starting to look really, really good here. Now, last round is all they need to crown themselves the winners of the Newell's Grand Final.
It would be by the skin of their teeth. This series has been nothing but a gauntlet for them. They have found themselves in difficult position after difficult position, clutching out when it felt impossible. Warwick Direwolves must feel so hard done by at this point, but there's not that much separating them and victory too. They could still look for this. Can they beat out Reading Knights? Well, obviously that remains to be seen. Warwick Direwolves want to pick up these last 2 rounds, and I can't remember their economy off the top of my head. If we can see a tab quickly from the Observer if they have time. I want to see what weapons they have, because that could easily make or break this round. It's going to be rifles for most. It's going to be just some, for 2, and SMGs for most. They can make something happen off of this, but the fact that they're on attack, if they don't get one of these fantastic executes that we've seen before, if we don't see Reading Knights overextend, they are in for a world of hurt.
We've seen Warwick Direwolves win rounds with less than this, Rook, so I do believe that they can do this, but Reading Knights, they have, well, just more equipment ready. They have more ults. They have everything that they could want. Like, they have all the equipment in the world. If they can't win here, then it's just going to be super, super hard. But with that said, Rook, now, Warwick Direwolves, they just need to win this one round and then another one to pull us overtime. So it's not that far off. It's not out of the world that they can do this. But imagine Reading Knights winning this last round and then taking the entire grand final. It would be a story that I did not expect after seeing Icebox and after seeing Ascent. Haven, I expected would go the same way as Warwick Direwolves, especially when we also saw that first half here on Haven.
But don't count Reading Knights out. That's the moral of this story. These guys are here to play, and as I said, they have improved massively over this season, and theirs is absolutely that story of evolution. They have leveled up again and again and again. So here in the very final, they continue to put up these numbers and just barely bringing themselves ahead now. They just want to close it out. They don't want any more stress because they've had one hell of a day so far. If they can bring their guns to bear, this would be absolutely fantastic. They have the ultimates, as you said, and all important ones, like, for example, the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury. If Prophet can get off one of his signature plays, this could easily be blown wide open.
It could. Prophet is known for being super aggressive, but someone else is also super aggressive here. Matty picking up that orb. That means that's going to be an ult here from Matty as well. 4 ults ready here from Reading Knights. 1 minute and 22 seconds left to go, Rook. I feel like they don't have enough time in the world here, Warwick Direwolves, with all those ults and all that equipment ready here for Reading Knights.
They have the advantage. How many times have we said that in this series? Reading Knights have been unable to capitalize in many a round. Here, on Haven, they've started to find their footing in. They've started to find what they need. The Execute is coming onto C, and there's no one there. Reading Knights have made a grave miscalculations. 3 players, all of the players moving over. 3 were in mid. They're going to be a little too late, and now the retake is on. They just push back down C where they came from. This could be massive, but they don't have the rifles to deal with it. There comes the ultimate. This could be huge. They dash in behind Prophet. Mysterion finds 2. The frags come through. Warwick, make it happen when it counts the most. Juma pushing on forward, pushing through here, wants to let this happen. They will still have money to buy up regardless of the outcome of this round, and trust me, the outcome of this round is very much in the favor of Warwick. He's finding the frags. Can Juma get what he needs to be able to finish this off? The Lear comes on through. He baits the defuse there, wants to make it happen, takes down Stun. 1 versus 1, but he gives himself up to Bahamicus at the very end there. And Warwick Direwolves with no players alive going into this next round. Do they even have enough to buy up? They do, but not in its entirety. It's going to be Fornic with the judge. Wherever he pleases, he will roam. But Prophet, with a gun, with the drop coming in from his team, I believe they have nearly all of their utility. This is still in favor of Reading Knights, but we did say that last round. 4 ultimates on the board. They didn't get to use a single one because of the pressure coming through. And now there's no fault line coming through. And that is oh so important to see from that breach, because we've seen it been massive so many times.
100%. Rook, this is the important one. This is the do or die time here. From the side of Reading Knights, they have an opportunity to shut down Warwick Direwolves. This time around, they're not making the same mistake. They're not giving up C without anyone being there. And I love how they're playing this so conservatively. They're not, they're just waiting for that information, having one player at A link, one player at C link, and then one player on every single bomb site. They can get that information and then they can start to rotate between bomb sites as well. Reading Knights A, playing this so slow, playing this so smart.
Yeah, you can see Warwick Direwolves, they are heading towards the C site. And right now, there's no one on it. The rotate's already come on in. They read Reading Knights like a book. Push is going to start to come on in. Utility comes on through. He ports into the back, sees that there's nothing. The rotates are already coming on in, but they're too little too late. The smokes have come on in. They're going to get that diffuser, sorry, that spike down. This is going to be huge. Mysterion looking to push on through and find those frags. Can they put him to rest? He's going to just wait in this position, baiting for the rest of them to push on through the diffuser. The spike goes down, and that is going to be absolutely massive. The ult is back up for Ego Peak, so he's looking to invest it here as well. 2 Killjoys coming on through, trying to let things happen. Showstopper coming to rain, and it will rain fire down onto Bahabicus. They take down Wen as well. They get rid of some of this here, but Stun continues to put frags to their name. 3 versus 2. Warwick Direwolves have the advantage, and you can see Ego Peak is just waiting here, detained and absolutely rocked here. Reading Knights A do not make it happen. We're going to overtime, and things are still going to hit this peak that we've been looking for. These teams are absolutely going at it, and there's so little left in between it.
Oh my god, Rook. I can't believe the roller coaster that we are on right now. Reading Knights A. They've made the comeback. They were so close, but they couldn't stop. Sorry, they couldn't get all the way there. They just needed to win one more round, but they lose 2, and now we're into another pause. So, you know, it's just getting dragged out right here. I'm so excited to see how this chapter will end. I'm so excited to see who will be the victor of this grand final, but, well, we'll just have to wait until this pause is once again resolved.
It seems like God himself doesn't want this game to end because it's looking so darn spicy right now. 12-12, and well, the last time we saw this, Reading did pick it up, but Warwick have looked like they have that momentum and never count out the momentum. They're now on the defense. Things have swapped over. Will they be able to find these last couple of frags and these last couple of rounds that they need? Again, we're having that delay, but the anticipation is really building up. I'm kind of anxious about how this is going.
I am too, Rook. I must admit that after seeing Icebox and after seeing Ascend, I did not expect Reading Knights to take us all the way to overtime in our final map, but we're going there now. We are going into overtime, and this could continue on for forever, but these two teams are so evenly matched, especially when Reading Knights A, they play to their standard, as we're seeing right here towards the end of this second half. Man, Reading Knights and Warwick Direwolves all in an overtime situation.
Yeah, Warwick Direwolves again. This raw fragging has come to bear fruit. They continue to find all of these fights, win them out. Reading Knights, in that round, they had everything, and again, squandered. Not able to push on in. The lockdown really shut them out. I know, to be fair, a lot of us have been feeling that kind of way, but they didn't respect that Killjoy there. And well, when it came to it, the 2 remaining players on site were completely unable to do a thing. And Warwick, they just easily closed that one out off the back of some fantastic frags coming through. Reading Knights are going to need to redouble their efforts, continue with some good pushes on this attack, and, well, obviously lead that into a very strong defense if they're going to be able to pick this up. And, well, they need both of them to be able to pick up rounds, because it seems regardless of what side either of these teams are on, it's going to be a chore to pick up a round against the other side.
Pause has been resolved, Rook. We're getting started. We're going into overtime here. We need to see a team be more decisive than the other if they are to win. And Reading Knights A, there are our team that works so well together as a team. We've seen that towards the end here of this map here, where they work so well together. When they go in, they are decisive on a map, on a bomb site, and they just do wonders. But here, Prophet and Ego Peak, they win a good duel, and they put Reading Knights A up one player against Warwick Direwolves.
Ready? In a very solid spot right now. A player up in all the right places as well. They're pushing on to C. Will he peek back out? He does indeed. Some good damage going down onto Fornic, but he doesn't go down right now, and the paranoia is absolutely there for Fornic. He's going to try and deny that. The arrow doesn't quite finish him off. He's going to port back over to the main stage here and wants to lay down the law, but he's completely given away, and the rotate's coming on in. You can see that already pushed up in that position. The breach is way too far up. Stun. He's going to start to rotate on over. Ego Peak goes down here. Bahavicus punishing his counterpart. The execute likely coming onto A, and they don't know there's no one there. And, well, they're about to find out as soon as they go for their execute, but we can absolutely also see that Warwick Direwolves are aware that's where they're pushing. Setting up, they're looking for this execute. The smokes come on through, 25 seconds on the clock. They need to get this spike down ASAP. They're going to put it down. There's no ultimate to deny. The arrows won't be in place as well because, well, there are none for this defending side right now. Warwick Direwolves looking to push on in, but they don't have the kind of utility that you want to make these moves. Stun. Just going to have to raw. Peak has one Leah and one Leah alone. Position given away. Spray comes on through. Takes down Juma. Will be able to fully heal. Absolutely massive here, taking himself into a good position, but Omoretti shuts down too! And he has the ultimate! He knows he can just play for time here. Warwick Direwolves in such a difficult position. Fornic even ties to the nanoswarm as he tries to cross there. Brilliant stuff by Matty, and, well, so darn well played by Reading Knights. And now they're on the defense, and so far their defense has been pretty darn solid. This is looking like they could just close it out here if they find those rounds. But those last two on that defense looked spotty at best. And they gave up what could have been an easy closeout of this map.
Good points all around, Brooklyn. Now, let's just see how this one turns out right here. Because Warwick Direwolves, they have Phonic on the good old judge. They are 1 point away from crowning themselves the victors of the Newell's Valorant Winter Tournament. And they've looked better and better as this game has gone on. They've looked more and more cohesive as a team. But Warwick Direwolves, they are the best when they set the pace, and they are, as you highlight, on the attacking side. So let's see if they just can't pull it all the way to a victory.
Two players on that C side.
To another overtime.
2 players on that C side. Reading Knights know that that's where they've had problems in the past. But, well, Warwick Direwolves, they know. So they're going to push complete opposite, going towards this A site. The bomb buddy will give away that information, I believe. Yeah, it tells them where that push is going to come. The rotate coming instantly from that Sova, so they don't just have 3 players. Good frag there for Prophet. He's going to back on off, wants to lay down the law with those paint pellets, waiting for the spike plant to come on through. I'm going to throw that down now, expecting it to land, but the spike actually in Stun's hands now. They dropped it a little bit earlier as they took down that spike planter. Stun not out in the open, and will be able to get this one down easily. The spike goes down, and the player advantage for Warwick Direwolves is, well, -1. Reading Knights continue to look for this push on in. The Owl drone going to hot drone him into position, but just to the right, you're going to be able to see that that's there. You saw the position. It was all on the screen. The frags come thick and fast. Mysterium with a 3K, looking to finish off this final player, tries to run away. Prophet finds that frag, and it's 1 versus 1, trying to bait out that final player, but does not know where they are. You can see the rotate coming through when trying to make it happen. Prophet, you need to flick to your right, but just barely misses like ships in the night. Needs to stick this now, but position is given away. Can't even find when. And Warwick Direwolves find the round. We're going to overtime too.
Oh my god, Warwick Direwolves.
Overtime.
Beautiful play, but a huge mistake from Reading Knights A. You're definitely right. You saw that graphic. You need to look the way it came from. So Reading Knights A, they throw it all on the board. They throw it all away, and we're going to overtime 2 right here. Reading Knights A now on that attacking side. That's where they've been looking the best. But Warwick Direwolves, they they haven't looked bad on that defensive side as well. Reading Knights, however, playing it slow. They're trying to see where they can find their advantages. You can see right now, just spreading themselves over towards Garden, over towards C Lobby as well.
Warwick Direwolves. How they managed to pull off that round, well, I would say I don't know, but it begins with M and ends with Mysterion, as he absolutely led that round into their hands. And now, well, they're going to have to be holding again. This was a difficult defense for them prior, but Fornix was pretty much taken away at the start of that round. So Reading Knights with, again, really great executes. It's their post plants which sometimes let them down, and well, they didn't even need the post plant. They found those frags and, well, easily shut it out. So what we're looking for here is, again, another textbook execute from this side, and then finding some frags as they move on in, so they have such an advantage that they can't possibly throw it on that post plant.
Cover going out.
Sonic sitting here over towards Plateau. Ready to get this going, but won't let any shots right there. Won't go down either. But Prophet coming in here from the garage, grabbing up stun. So this is looking good here for Reading Knights with that man advantage. Especially since it seems to be stun that's gonna go down. That's a bit of a problem. That's the MVP from Warwick Direwolves so far. Gemma sitting in the garage, ready to stop anyone here, but Mysterion just spots Gemma 4-4, but Spike slowly ticking down.
Yeah, Fornic finds the frag, and Barbicus finds another, and Fornic adds to the pile. Matty versus 4. Wants to look for this, but position given away there, Matt. He doesn't shoot yet. Knows that they're trying to look for this diffuser, but doesn't even know. They contest it, and, well, it's Warwick Direwolves picking up the round. Can they come through with a good offense here to lock things out? They picked up the last one. Just one round in it. It's overtime, or just that solid W, and, well, Warwick have many W's in their names. Can they find this one here to pick up the entire Null Winter 2020 season for Valorant here? This is pretty much it.
This is absolutely it, and they've looked so good on their attacking side, Rook. Their opponents not so much on their defensive side, so Warwick Direwolves, they could not be in a better position at all. This is absolutely like the dream situation for them. But like Reading Knights say, they're not committing to a bomb site immediately. They know what's on stake, so they will play it slow. They will try and gain as much information as possible before making a choice, before committing to a bomb site. But Prophet is super aggressive and won't be able to win that duel immediately. Will be traded back here by Ready, but man, Prophet, if you're going to play as aggressive, you need to win those duels.
You see Stunt moving on up into the position, already burned one of those layers, and while they've taken control of site, they can get the plant. This is now a post-plant situation, and we know how Reading Knights feel about those. Stun waiting in the wing, and Fornic backing them up with this position. Ego Peak doesn't want to go in there. There are 3 players waiting in at that position, and he wants nothing to do with it. Going to set up for the push onto the main site. Will they be able to get that one? Expecting some of these players in these positions. Full flashes onto that player. When is taken down. They're going to have to deal with this push, this pressure coming on through. Bahabicus and Stun both find those frags. Stun takes down another Omariti, sticking it and just barely makes it in time. Going overtime 3, baby, as it's just enough to put them over the line.
Overtime.
Holy hell, Rook! Reading Knights, they knew the objective and they just hard committed for it.
Diffuse City, Jesper. That's all I got to say about this match today. And honestly, this series, Warwick Direwolves showing their prowess there with finding all those frags, but they didn't set up in a good position to have a view of that spike. Now, if you're looking at pro players, what's the one thing you notice about Haven C postpoint? They head down the long angle and just hold it, because there is very little you can do to properly counter that. And, well, here, we're not seeing either team do that. Mysterion starts off with a good frag on a Prophet, and that, again, might be what they need to push that defending round over.
Reading Knights say it's so important that they win this one, Rook, because you don't want to let it come down to, well, a single mistake like what could have happened in that last round. Reading Knights say, however, now with that spike moving up here, C-Long, they have a man disadvantage. There's no one on C, so If they can get onto that one, it would look really good for them. If they can just hold it, it would look even better. But those post-plant situations haven't exactly been the best here from Reading Knights A. Are we ready? Pushing pretty far in. That's Fornic going down. Won't be able to take down another one, but
Spike planted.
3 versus 4. Spike planted. Post-plant situation. Reading Knights, it could be much worse for them. Now they just need to win these duels. They need to check every single corner. Jima, moving into the garage. We'll be able to, alongside Matty, find 2. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're looking for the attempt to push on in here, but too much utility coming their way. Joma holding this angle, trying to spray them down. Matty trying to contest as well. They push out as 2. Moving in aggressively. Matty finds that frag, but so does Bahabicus. He's versus 2. Can find that shot. Has the pistol to try and finish things off. Expecting this push from Matty here. Finds it with the pistol. He can stick it. Bahabicus. Does he have enough time? I don't know if he has it in him. Warwick Direwolves cannot pick up the round, and Reading Knights A steal it from them.
Oh, we're coming down to just, again, a very single mistake right there. The last few players, Rook, Reading Knights A, they stick it, they win the 15th round. But Warwick Direwolves on the attacking side, that's where they really shine. Reading Knights, they can end things now. Let's see if they can do so. This could be them taking down Warwick Direwolves, taking up the victory. You can see right here, Warwick Direwolves just going on to C immediately. They're rushing in.
Yeah, Mysterion going super aggressive, just dashes on through. Matty shuts down when Reading Knights have that initial frag that they need. They're looking to try and get that spike down, but Matty shuts out Mysterion. Will the play come up big? Stun finds the frag. Bahabicus setting up so that they can look to get this spike down, but Ego Big continues to find these frags on back. It's 2 versus 3, and Warwick Direwolves again flanked by Prophet! It's 1 versus 3 now. Can he make it happen? Utility coming all over his way. Bahabicus is down. The match is over, the series over, and the season is over. Reading Knights A at 16-14 pick up the round and pick up the entirety of the Null VALORANT University Tournament Winter 2020 season.
Congratulations to Reading Knights A on doing exactly that, bro. That was impressive how they managed to pick it back towards the end, but you have to give credits where credits is due. Warwick Direwolves played extremely well as well, wrapping up so many maps against Reading Knights A. We started out the broadcast by saying the Reading Knights, they were our clear favorites, but Warwick Direwolves, they gave them a run for their money.
A roller coaster ride. Warwick Direwolves hounding them at every turn. Reading Knights started off strong, as you said, looked like unbeatable in that first map, but being able to clutch that one out, and I thought they'd bring that momentum to Icebox, their own map, but it isn't enough to bring it in there for them. And, well, Warwick Direwolves continuing that level of dominance, showing us some fantastic Ascent gameplay, and, well, the start of this map too. We thought that they were going to be able to lock it out, and even in those final rounds, they really brought it oh so close. But in the end, as we said, University of Reading able to pick up that W, and congratulations to them for that one. Commiserations to Warwick, and, well, I'm honestly gobsmacked to see it end this way, considering how that series went. And Reading Knights, they absolutely deserve it. A story of evolution. Thank you all very much for watching. Thank you to, obviously, my co-caster Daedalus, to our observer Haribo, to our producer Jakey Boy Pro, and obviously to our sponsors Amazon University Esports and Twitch Student. It wouldn't have been possible without any of you. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and good night.
Never reminded, never taking whatever you told me. I know what I could be, making emotion paintable inside. Tell me, is this what you made me?